Alrighty then. Hello everyone, my name's Kaden. Welcome back to more Steins Gate Zero. Last time we had a bit of an abrupt ending. I'm sorry, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Internet just cut out midway, so that's what happened. But in real, what we actually did was we kind of learned more about what's going on with Kagari in this timeline, and it seems she has Karisu's memories, but it's kind of destroying her and deleting her at this point. So we're trying to figure out a way of fixing it, and the best way we can do it is potentially with a time leap machine. And that's where we ended before in the middle of this conversation is where we ended before my internet decided to wish to die. In reality, what it was just apparently they were doing service and they didn't notify us until like literally the last minute. So that's why the internet cut out for me. So it should be fine now, hopefully. Anyways, we just got back and it sounds like they might be done with the time leap machine, so the name Super Hacker wasn't just for show. What about you, Hiyajo? Were you successful too?
I'm pretty good at my job too, you know.
Mao stuck her thumb up just like Daru had. Wow.
Well, this was all thanks to the information you and Kagari gave me.
Sorry.
In that sense, we were lucky that she had Karisa's memories.
No, you were the one who did the work.
Thanks. Thanks. I'll just accept the compliment. Now the question is whether it works, and the only way to find out is to try it.
You're right. I want 3 trips to Kitchen Jiro. Sure thing. Anyway, everything was ready. All that was left was to find out who they were. But that was still the biggest problem. Yeah, we have the machine. Like we have the time leap machine ready. It sounds like. The problem is that's not even the big issue here. We knew we could get the time leap machine working because we'd done it before. The problem is that we need Kagari's original memories so that we can implant them properly back into her head so that she's not deteriorating with a mixture of 2 memory sets.
Okay, I'm gonna get some rest. I'm pretty tired.
The sound of a ringing phone cut her off.
Jeez, who is it? I'm about to go sleep. Yes? Hello?
She muttered to herself as she took the phone to the back of the development room. So how's Kagari doing? Bad. She completely forgot who Mayuri was. About that. Just as I spoke, a Rhine message arrived. You got me scared. You got me afeared. Alright. Kagari woke up. She's calmed down. I let out a small sigh of relief and sent back an answer. Got it, sorry. Can you look after her for a while? I'll contact you if I need. It's not good, actually. She forgot who Mayuri was today. Seriously? That's not all. Right after that, she started complaining about a horrible headache and passed out. That's bad, isn't it? It is. We need to do something. But unless we knew who we were up against, there was nothing we could do.
What? You're sure?
Daru and I exchanged glances at the son voice from the development room. Mahotan, what's wrong? Did something happen? When we looked inside, Mao turned around in a state of shock.
Someone ransacked my hotel room.
I had a feeling, yep. They're looking for they're looking for Karisu's laptop now. Oh, the timing's different, but it's still the same. They're still looking for that laptop. The call was from the hotel. Ma was staying at a business hotel in Mako City. Sometime in the past few days, while she'd been staying here, someone had ransacked it. She'd left her keycard with the front desk, but there were signs that the lock had been picked. She'd just given her okay to search the room. So, they find anything?
They're just about to call the police, and they want me to come back and see if anything's been stolen.
Then you don't know what was taken? Maybe they stole your underwear.
I brought all that with me. Do you want me to sue you for sexual harassment?
Please don't.
My room's always a mess anyway, so it's possible that it just looked like someone ransacked it. If I wanted to be optimistic, that is. They said the lock was forced, so it's almost certain that someone broke in. Actually, the same thing happened to the office not too long ago.
Yeah, they're looking for Carisu's laptop, because again, that laptop is the reason why World War III is going to start. And it's not just a coincidence. Someone is after something you've got.
That's right, and I think I know what it is.
What is it?
Chris's laptop.
Well, at least you know this time.
That?
Putting all the pieces together, it seemed like the most likely option. I could be sure that whoever tried to overwrite Kagari's memories was the same group that attacked her in the other world line. Whoever those people were, they were after the time machine theory hidden in Carisu's memories. But since their experiment had failed and Kagari had escaped, they turned their attention to the other thing Carisu had left behind. Yep. The laptop and hard drive that Maho had. But if they were after that, does that mean they had it now? Wait, is that the computer? Is that computer the one you gave me? What?
I really wanted to crack the password, so once I started staying here, I gave it to Hashida.
Then the laptop.
It should be safe, right?
Yep, it's in my secret hideout right now. Sorry. Tired. But since I've been so busy with that concern, I haven't had time to analyze it. That made me feel a lot better. Now, if only we knew what had broken into her room, who had broken into her room, but it wouldn't be that easy. Still, if they'd done something like that, they must be starting to panic. What would they do next? Wait a sec. We may be able to use this.
Use that?
I didn't want to waste time explaining, so I just took out my phone and made the call. Several days later, Kagari's condition was getting worse. Oh god, why is she facing away? Staccato footsteps echoed through the darkness. Akihabara had got quiet early. The ever-busy electronic stores, the concert halls that were filled with cheers, and the coffee shops that were full of laughter, all of that gave way to silence as soon as night fell. A single set of footsteps walked slowly through the silence, never breaking rhythm. They belonged to a girl. It was dark, and so it was hard to see her clearly, but it was very clear that she was acting strange. She had a cap pulled down over her face, and was trying to avoid letting anyone see her as she walked. As if she were hiding from someone. As if someone was chasing her. And just as she was about to turn a corner, several men jumped out in front of her. The girl stopped in surprise. Suddenly, there were men behind her too. Kagari Shino, right? One of the men spoke. His Japanese was fluent, but if she'd listened carefully, she might have detected a trace of a foreign accent. The girl they called Kagari was helpless as they surrounded her. One of the men thought to himself, "This is the easiest job in the world. All they had to do was kidnap a single helpless-looking girl. There was no need to bring this many people." No, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone there felt the same way. Stay calm and we won't hurt you. This isn't Kagari, is it? This isn't the Kagari we're thinking of. This is the one in the biker helmet, right? The men gradually began to close in. The girl simply stood there, afraid, and showed no signs of resistance. This was too easy. Just as the man smiled and reached out his hand. He thought he heard the sound of something slicing through the air, and then he fell to the ground, clutching his hand. It looked like 3 sausages lying on the ground. Before they realized that the sausages were the man's fingers, another man went down from a high kick to the head. The men began to howl in rage.
You fucking bitch!
Whoa. They leapt at the girl, swearing, but... One of the men who was trying to attack her from behind suddenly screamed.
Oi, oi.
You cool, you don't... Is that Tanuji? You cool it. You don't want to make a lot of noise either, do you? A huge man came out of the darkness, silhouetted by the moon. Is it Tanuji? Oh, hey, it's me. Why am I here now? I'm just watching this, apparently. Wow. It was new. That was all I could say as I watched these tough men go down, one after the other. I knew from his size that Tanuji was strong, and it was the other girl that really shocked me. Her disguise ruined, Suzuha jumped around like a cat. Each time she moved, the men around her quivered. So it was friggin' Suzuha. I knew she undergo combat training, but I had no idea she was this strong when she was serious. The kicks from her long, lithe legs were like a work of art. Incoming! Not bad, part-timer.
You too, boss.
The men fell to the ground without even having the time to draw their knives and guns. Several days earlier, when I realized that the enemy was probably starting to panic, I came up with a plan. In the last world line, Moeka had told me that someone was looking for Kagari. I wondered if that was true in this world line too. So I asked Moeka to leak some information for me. A girl matching Kagari Shina's description came down this road at the same time every day. And today, a few days later, they'd all taken the bait. I hung back behind the corner of an alleyway, watching them fight. I felt kind of pathetic. But it was obvious that not only would I be of no help whatsoever, I'd actually just get in the way. So it was smarter to leave it to them. I'm the planner, not the fighter. How are things on your side? I heard Dara's voice from the earphone on one of my ears. I called him and left the call connected so that we could talk at any time. Is Suzu okay? Is she hurt? Dara had been opposed to Suzu's plan to use herself as a decoy. Daru, she's the one who, probably nearly killed everybody. He must have been worried about putting his daughter in danger. Don't worry, she's a lot more amazing than you realize. Well, she is my daughter, but if she gets hurt, I'm gonna hate you forever, Oakley. You'd be better off worrying about the people she was fighting. I was about to say, you want to worry about anyone? Worry about who's actually being beaten to death. I suddenly heard a high-pitched whistle. At the signal, the men started to turn and run. They'd realized they'd fallen into a trap and decided to retreat. Sorry, not happening. Tanuji's giant arms grabbed one of the man's hands. But... What? There was a hollow popping sound, and the man's body went limp. No way. He was dead. He took his own life.
Uncle, he's coming towards you.
A piercing yell brought me back to my senses. One of the men was coming toward the alleyway where I was hiding. Our goal was to capture them and make them tell us who they were working for. If we couldn't do that, all this would be for nothing. I ran in front of the man without even thinking. My sudden appearance caused him to hesitate for a moment. But he kept charging without dropping his speed. I saw that he was holding on to something shiny near his waist. Just as he hit me, Suzuha slammed into him with a jump kick. Gotcha! The kick knocked him directly into Tanuji's waiting arms. Tanuji caught me easily, then spun the man's arms around his back so he couldn't hurt himself.
Uncle, are you hurt?
Well, a little hurt, but nothing serious. Maybe. Not sure anymore.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Valkyrie, what's wrong? What happened? Don't worry, everyone's safe. Zua, did we get him? Something like a scream came out of his mouth. At some point, Tanuji had jammed what looked like a towel into it. He was probably trying to keep him from killing himself, like that last guy. Hey, cool it. You're the one who's gonna have a bad time if there's a fuss. We're still only on the first one, pussy. We got 9 more to go. And we got the eyes, then both ears, the nose. There's lots of fun in store for you. His voice was cold. This was the real Tanuji. This was FB. I wanted to look away, but Zua was watching without flinching in the slightest. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this either. You're going to tell me in the end anyway, so isn't it better to just get it over with now? Well, shall we go for number 2? The man shook his head violently. Should have just done that at the start with. So, who are you working for? Tanuji took the towel out of the man's mouth. He said something in a whisper so small I couldn't hear it. Tanuji's pallor suddenly changed. Stratfor. Hey, you're not lying to me, are you? The man desperately shook his head again. Stratfor, huh? That's gonna be a problem. So Stratfor... But that's also... So... That means... So that does mean that... So that also means freaking... Leskinen should still be bad. But he's been... Again, he's just... Leskinen himself feels like an anomaly. He's part of Stratfor, and yet... In this path... It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like he's got some kind of hidden agenda. Maybe he's just hiding it better in this world line, but... Stratfor. I'd heard of them. Back when I was into conspiracy theories, I looked them up on the internet. Their real name was Strategic Focus, I think. They were an American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. They were specialized in military matters, and their skills had supposedly been put to good use during the Iraq and Gulf Wars. If a certain rounder like Tanuji said they were a problem, they probably were. This wasn't going to be easy. But now wasn't a time to be scared. You hear that, Daru? Start hanging Stratfor servers right now. Okie dokie. I felt myself starting to relax after I completed my first objective. There wasn't time for that. This was where things really began.
What's wrong, boss? Something bothering you?
Yeah.
Nah. It's just that Stratfor's a civilian company, you know? That means somebody's hiring them. No matter how many of these people you catch, is it really going to solve the problem?
It did seem strange, come to think of it.
Hey, you. Are you really...
Tanuji tried to wring the man's neck again, but...
Damn it. He passed out. What a wimp.
Tanuji sighed and took out a rope, then started to tie him up.
Let me clean this up. You guys go.
Sure?
This isn't the end, is it?
You're really helpful in this timeline, Tanuji, I ain't gonna lie. I was a little curious what he intended to do with them, but... Alright, we'll let you take care of it. I had other priorities right now. I said my thanks to Tanuji and hurried to the lab with Suzuha. Uncle, hurry! I know! Suzuha ran through the night like a panther. It was all I could do to keep up. The path to the lab seemed far longer than it usually did. We finally made it to the lab. Mayuri, Ferris, and everyone else were already there waiting. And Kagari, too. It's really bad right now. Kagari was lying on his couch in obvious pain. Her breathing was shallow. Her complexion was pale. She's deteriorating way too quickly at this point. Something bad could happen to her at any moment. Daru, how's it going? Just a sec. I've got the route I used the last time I acted. Checking now. The last time... Why did you do something so dangerous?
そんな危険
It was a bet with a buddy of mine. We were going to try and see who could hack it faster. Winner got a year's worth of go-go curry.
ゴーゴーカレー1年
You
分
probably had no idea how dangerous that was.
あれどっち
Yeah,
が勝ったか
you're not
聞か
gonna
ない
ask who won. From the way he was acting, there was no need to even ask.
とにかく
Just hurry.
急いでくれラジャー
Roger. Since their plan to steal back Kagari had failed, there was a good chance Stratford would resort to even more desperate measures. There was no time to waste. And
They stabbed me. You're not looking so good.
いや
No, it's nothing. It's not nothing, yeah. Let me see ya.
Ferris ripped off my coat.
You're really hurting, yeah. Okabe, you're bleeding. Okarin.
I tried to avoid looking at it, but there was a lot more dark blood staining the side of my shirt than I expected to see. So they did stab me. When the man had stabbed me before, it must have gone in pretty deep. I'll be fine. I'm fine.
問題ない
You are not fine, yeah. Lucan, get the first aid kit. Okay,
俺は大
I'm
丈夫
okay.
前より
Forget about me. Mayuri.
それよりも
How's Kagari?
hang in there.
Kagari was still lying on the sofa, panting for breath. What's worrying me is... what's the full extent of this deterioration? Obviously, it's going to cause like a complete death of the personality and stuff, but what if it goes deeper? What if it makes it so the brain is starting to forget like basic functions somehow? The stress of it makes her forget how to do basic things. For the last few days, she'd been getting weaker and weaker. Her hand reached up into the air.
Mommy, where are you? Mommy's right here. I'm right beside you.
Mayuri grabbed her hand tightly, and she finally smiled a weak smile.
Mommy, tell me, am I just going to disappear? It's okay. Okarin and Dara will do something. Okarin? That's right. You know Okarin, don't you? Okarin.
Kagari's lifeless eyes turned toward me.
心配しなくていい
Don't worry, just a little more. Just a little more and you'll be back to normal.
Okabe.
Huh?
Erase me.
かがり
Kagari! No! What are you talking about? No.
Erase me from within her. At this rate, she's going to...
Those were Karisa's words. Personality and memory were two different things. Just because she had Karisa's memories, that didn't mean she had Karisa's personality. But... What the hell? Those were definitely Karisa's words. At least, that's how it seemed to me. I remember what she'd said before. She told me to save Mayuri. She told me she couldn't sacrifice Mayuri to save herself. Maybe there was a tiny chance that Karisa's memories would safely settle inside Kagari's mind. But even if they did, I knew what she'd chosen. She'd chosen to leave. She'd chosen to disappear. I had no way of knowing if the words coming out of Kagari's mouth were from another personality created by Karisa's memories. But there was no doubt that they were Karisa's words. Right now, she was nothing but a formless thing called memories. So why, even now when she was nothing but memories, did she still have to suffer so much? Why did she have to suffer at all? I'm sorry, Okabe. Clear drops fell from her softly closed eyes.
だる
Daru, did you find it
まだ
yet?
か
Karisu, I asked him to stop myself from screaming her name.
待って
Hang on, just a little
も
more.
うすぐ
Just a little more.
This isn't good, Uncle. Suo whispered to me as she looked out to the window. 1, 2, 3. There's a whole bunch of them outside. It's Stratfor.
誰
Daru!
よし
Okay, come on. The tension was rising every second. Was he done yet? Why wasn't he done yet?
シュ
Got it!
誰
Daru!
シュシュ
Alright,
シュ
I got it!
来た来た
Bingo!
来たビン
Ukaka Niers brought the treatment device over, but I motioned for them to stay back as I looked down at the monitor. Mao leaned over Daru's other shoulder. Look at the files that seem important. Pick the biggest one.
待ってよ
Oh, wait, the big one?
大きなのずっと
Could it be this one?
でもファイルネー
The
ム
file name is
ジョン
John.
って
John Tider?
モーツァルトの洗礼名は
That was Mozart's Christian name. That has to be it. It's also...
なんかよくわからんけど
I don't get it, but okay.
てか
There are a lot of
中には
files
ファイ
inside
ルがい
it.
っぱいあるんで
見せて
Let me see. Inside the folder were several files labeled with codes.
ファイルが増えてる
There's more files.
私たち
There
の
weren't
研
this
究
many
段
when
階じゃ
we were
こんな
doing the
に多くな
research.
かった
Which meant that after the Amadeus program was shut down, it had ended up in Stratfor's hands somehow, and they'd gone on to do more experiments with it.
この中のどれか
One
が
of these has to be
カガリ
Kagari's
さんの
memory
記
data,
憶
but...
データの
K6205
K6205.
Eh?
Huh?
K6205
K6205 is Kagari's memories, Daru.
誰
Kosho number 620, the magic flute.
K62
620. I found it!
これだ後の手はずは
Now let's just do it like we
事前
talked
に
about.
話した通りに頼む
Compared to Karisu's timely machine, the process was a lot simpler. Since the memory data already existed, there was no need for a VR headset. Or the phone wave. All we had to do was use the decoder program on Kagari's memory data, then use CERN's LHC to compress it. Then we transferred the compressed data and sent it to the cell phone. Hurry! We are completely surrounded!
誰
Daru, are you ready?
オール
Okie dokie!
よし
Okay, do it!
待って
Wait! I looked up and saw that Ma was staring at the screen, her features frozen in an iron mask.
父さん
What's wrong,
宮
Hyajo?
城さん
本当にうまくい
Is
った
this
のか
really
しら
going to work? If it fails,
もし失
Kagari
敗
will...
したらカガリさんは
I reached my arm around Dara's back and put my hand firmly on her shoulder.
大丈夫だ
It'll be fine.
俺が保
I
証
guarantee
する
it.
岡部さん
Okabe. Uncle!
係
Kagari! I stepped away from the PC and knelt down in front of the sofa where Kagari lay.
岡部
Hang in there. Ready? Goodbye. Yeah. Risu. Hurry! They're here.
誰
Daru!
了解
Roger! The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The sound of the phone ringing. So, I think this is it, yeah. There are two endings here. There are two endings that can be obtained here. One is by ignoring the phone call, and one is by... One is... Sorry, yawning. One is obtained by ignoring the phone call, and one is by answering it immediately. However, looking at the guide, in order to get the true ending, we'll have to answer the phone call right away. Meaning that if we ignore the phone call, we're going to be going to an ending that won't... Basically, in order to get the true ending, you have to get the ending that's obtained by answering this phone call. In which case, we're going to ignore it right now. As all these different sounds fill the air.
あのね
Listen, Okabe.
岡部さん
The last thing she said was,
私
think that
あなたのこと
You... Whether those words were Karisu's or Kagari's, her words were cut off by the sound of the door and the sound of screaming. I hesitated. Not only did I hesitate to answer it, but I almost tried to tap the button to reject the call. But then Kagari's fingers cut mine off. And then her fingers, or maybe Karisu's, tapped the button to answer the call. And then the phone up against her head stopped ringing. Time leap! World line shifting! Recursive Mother Goose. We are now on the path to the Kagari ending. The dizziness stopped. The room was pitch black. There was no one there but me. Even Zazua, who should have been living here, was gone. Daru, Mayuri, Ferris, Luca, and Kagari too. Everyone was gone. I was so tired and sleepy. I clutched my smartphone and laid down on the sofa. I closed my eyes too. Tired to think.
Green, wake up! It's lunchtime!
Someone was shaking me softly.
Green, you're sleeping too much. Hikari will be here soon.
Ari! The second I heard her name, my mind snapped back into alertness. I forced myself to sit up. I was sitting on the sofa in the lab. Outside the window, it was bright. But I thought it was...
Oh, you're finally up. Green.
Yeah. Mayuri nodded, satisfied, and left my side. I took a look around the room. The table was covered in notebooks and textbooks that seemed to belong to Mayuri. She was probably doing her homework. I could see Dara's huge back hunched over the PC. The monitor was displaying a cute anime character. He seemed to be playing another H game. From the look of things, the only people in the lab were him, me, and Mayuri. So what happened? What changed? Time on my phone said it was just before noon, which meant that I'd been asleep for more than 10 hours. Oh no. I must have passed out before I checked to see if the world line had changed. I listened for a moment, and I could hear the usual bustling of Akihabara outside. There was no sign of Stratfor. That alone made me feel relieved.
Green, you look like you were having a bad dream. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Want some barley tea? You shouldn't have Dr. P right after you get up, right?
Yeah. He's fine.
Okay, got it.
What changed? Evidently, some things have changed. Stratfor's not here anymore. We're not being attacked. In fact, Kagari's apparently coming over. This is always the most terrifying moment, not knowing what's changed. Mayuri went to the kitchen.
Oh, there aren't any clean cups. Just give me a second, I'll wash one.
I'm fine. No hurry.
Mayushi,
Mayushi! I'd like some tea too!
Okay.
This all felt like an old memory. It does feel strangely nostalgic in a way. I mean, it's just 3 people here. Okabe, Mayuri, and Daru, the 3 starting members. No one else is here, and it feels calm. So, what's going on? It seemed like ages ago when I'd last had a normal conversation like this. But this was no time to be sentimental. While Mayuri was washing the cup, I needed to get things straight in my head. There was a world line change, right? In the end, I'd hesitated at the last second. If Kagari, or perhaps Kurisu, hadn't stopped me, maybe the world line wouldn't have changed, and Stratfor would have caught us. But change it did. I could still feel the lingering sensations from my reading Steiner, so I was sure of it. From the look of things, Mayuri and Daru were the same as ever, and the immediate danger was gone. The reason for the change was probably the deletion of Kurisu's memories from within Kagari. Those memories must have included something that dealt with the time machine, which meant that their existence was important enough to control whether or not the world line changed. And I deleted them.
いや
No, it
逆
could
の
be the
可能
opposite
性
too.
もあるな
Maybe even if Maho's program hadn't worked right and the memory rewrite failed, the world line would have changed anyway. And like last summer, it wasn't clear what was making the world line change now. The first thing I needed to do was see if Kagari's memories had been successfully rewritten.
お待た
Here you go.
There's one thing we can obviously conclude just from what's being said to us right now, which is Mayuri said that Kagari's coming to visit us, which I think is a big indicator that she's definitely changed in some way. Because before, she was likely like, she couldn't be left alone. She couldn't do anything on her own, really. She was in such a bad state that she wouldn't be able to do anything on her own. So the fact that she's able to come over now probably means she's in the very least, a much better, like, she's much more mentally stable. The question I have is, which one is mentally stable? Is it Kurisu? Or is it Kagari? Who is inside that body right now? At the same time as I decide on my plan, Mayuri brought me a cup on the tray.
今麦茶
I'll
出
get
す
some
から
barley
ね
tea now, okay?
She put the tray on the table and headed for the fridge. I looked and saw that there were 4 cups in the tray. One for Kagari, right? 4.
前より
Mayuri, why are there 4
どうして
cups?
コップが4つあるんだ
Huh?
だって
Because Kagari's going to want some
さんも
too.
飲みたいだろうか
Yeah. That's right, Kagari.
かがりが
Kagari's coming.
さっき
She just sent me a message on Ryan. She'll be here soon.
もう
I
そうか
see. Again, she seems to be at least more mentally stable than she was before. Or, at the very least, that's a good thing. I don't think she's in any immediate danger of dying now. The problem is, who is it now? Is it really Kagari? Or is it Kurisu having overtaken the memories?
何の用で
What's she coming over for?
オカリンが
You
呼んだ
called
ん
her.
じゃん
You sent everybody a message on Ryan yesterday and said we all need to meet here at noon.
第3回
It's our third meeting to try and come up with a way to get her memories back.
考える会
Okay, so we're trying to get her memories back.
メンバーは
It's you, me, and
オカリンと
Kagari-san.
僕とかまあ今の
Not
とこ
that
ろ
we've had any
成果
luck
ゼ
so
ロだけ
far,
ど
though.
俺が
I called
呼
her.
んだ
So we're trying to get her memories back.
まゆ
Mayushi wants to help too, but I've got work today.
I could hear Mayuri apologizing from the kitchen.
I hope she gets her memories back soon. It must be sad not to remember anything except the recent past.
Hang on, the recent past? I see. Is the thing that's changed? Does she not remember? It's like the other, and it's like the Maho path, I think. In the Maho path, during the Maho ending, I'm pretty sure that Kagari was like, she didn't remember anything in regards to like anything regarding like her birth past or whatever. Like she didn't remember anything regarding like 2036. But is that how she's returned? She didn't remember anything except the recent past. What was going on? Kagari should still have had her memories from when she was a kid. Maybe trying to rewrite her memories had actually deleted them.
Okay, Green, here you go.
Mary handed me a cup filled with barley tea.
あ
Oh,
ああり
thanks.
がとう
Well, it's obviously sad that she's forgotten those memories. At the same time, by doing it, maybe it's allowed her to at least escape the degradation of her mind from the combination of memories. I took the cup, trying my best to hide my internal shock.
I'll leave yours here, Daru.
どうも
Thanks.
I gulped down the tea, stood up from the sofa, and went over to Daru.
誰
Daru,
ん何
What's up?
I lowered my voice so that Mayuri couldn't hear.
かがりの記憶
Did the
の
memory
上書き
rewrite for
は
Kagari succeed?
それとも
Or did it fail?
失敗したのか
Dara looked at me for a moment confused.
何の話
What are you talking about?
え
Huh? That wasn't the answer I expected. I'm asking if we succeed in deleting Kreesu's memories from Kagari's brain.
何その
What
SF
movie is that? It sounds scary.
オカリンついに
Are you finally back to the old you?
復帰したん
What? I froze for a moment. Dara didn't look like he was lying. He had no reason to lie anyway. Does that mean that in this world line, Kreesu's memories had never been implanted in Kagari? Come with me.
What? I'm playing an H game right now.
Just come with me. I dragged Dara outside the room, leaving a very confused Mayuri behind. I need your help, Daru.
Wow, it's gold.
オカリン
Ocarina, are you trying to kill me?
いいから
Just be quiet and help me out for a moment. I want to check some things.
確認したいことがあるんだ
He must have sensed that I was serious because after a moment's surprise, he nodded silently.
今の係は
Is Kagari missing her memories right
記
now?
憶がないの
そうだよ
That's right. I've said that a bunch of times.
タイムマシンで
Including her memories of the future before she got on the
未来
time
の記
machine.
憶も
ないってば
Yes, all she remembers is what's happened
覚え
lately.
てるのはここ最近未来のことを
If she remembered the
覚えてた
future,
ら
we
せめ
could
て
at least tell
マユ
Mayushi
シ
who
に
she
は
really
係の
was.
正体を教えてる
So it's really gone that far back, huh?
それはつまり
You're telling me that Mayuri doesn't know Kagari is her daughter, right?
係
うん
Yep,
それは秘密に
you
しとく
decided
っ
to keep it a secret.
オカリン
ということは
Which means the only people who know that Kagari is from the future are...
僕とオカ
Me,
リ
you,
ン
and
と鈴
Suzuha.
葉
それだけ
Is that all? Did we return to the original world line? Like, to the world line we were in earlier? Much earlier?
それだけ
That's all,
オカリン
unless you
が他
told
の誰か
someone.
には
そうか
I see.
すまなかった
Sorry, I must not really be awake yet. I had a dream I'm mixing up with reality.
気にすんなって
Don't worry about it. I live in a dream 24 hours a day,
24
baby.
時間夢の中でそれにさ
And anyway, I
僕
felt
として
it
は
felt
そ
like
うい
forever
うテ
since
ン
I've
ショ
seen
ン
you
高い
so
オカ
excited
リンが
about
久
something.
々だ
Well... This isn't quite what we were expecting to happen. That being said, there are positives to it. For one, Kagari is no longer having her memories mixed with Kurisu's, meaning A, she won't mentally degrade, so she doesn't have to worry about that. And B, it means that we're probably unlikely to have her get attacked and try and be kidnapped for the memory inside her, which no longer exists at this point. So she's not really a threat, or it's not really a threat of her being kidnapped, I don't think, at this point. That being said, I don't know. Instead of answering, I took a second to think. It seemed like there were three main differences with Kagari in this world line. 1. She didn't have Kurisu's memories. 2. She didn't have her own memories of her childhood. And 3. Only me, Daru, and Suzuha knew who Kagari really was. In other words, Mayuri didn't know that Kagari was her daughter.
戻った
Am I back?
のか
This Kagari seemed closer to the one I'd met before I jumped to the Alpha World line. Yeah. Before we jumped to the Alpha World line momentarily, this is the Kagari... This seems more like the Kagari that we were acquainted with before that weird Alpha World line shift. So, we somehow it seems like we've somehow managed to get back to this specific world line. Everything seemed mostly the same as before, including the fact that we were trying to get back her memories. Did this mean that a second world line change had sent me back to the old one? If I had the divergence meter, I could tell, but... I was starting to think like I used to. I chuckled at myself. I should stop. I decided to have nothing to do with that time machine or the time leap machine. All I could do was help Kagari get her memories back.
オカリン
Ocarina, you've been acting kind of weird for a bit now, you know?
いや
No, I'm fine.
大丈夫だ
Don't worry about it.
ならいいけど
I hope so.
つっか
Anyway, it's really cold. Can I go back
いい加減寒いから
in?
戻って
あ
Yeah, I'm cold
あ俺
too.
も凍えてきた
Dara and I raced back inside the room. When I got back, I could just barely make out Mayuri's voice.
探し物ひとつ
ん
星の笑う声風
Mayuri hadn't noticed us come back in. She was putting her textbooks into her bag, and it sounded like she was also singing a song.
それ
What song
誰
is
の
that?
歌
Huh?
It was only then that she realized I was there.
Oh, welcome back. It's cold outside. What were you guys talking about?
ちょっと
We were talking about the season anime.
意見
Oh, wow.
なあ
Hey, what was that
今の
song?
歌って
Oh, was I
も
singing
し
it?
かして探し物ひとつ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
Hmm. I heard something fall near the front entrance. Huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey? At some point, Kagari had opened the front door. She was standing there with a shocked expression, her mouth opening and closing. Her bag was lying at her feet. She must have dropped it in surprise when she came in. Did anything that surprising happen? The song! Wait!
Oh, Kagari!
てってるそう
Well, this is about to get very interesting, isn't it?
その歌
That song.
私
I recognize it. Huh?
そうなのか
Do you?
そ
That
の
song
歌
is...
は
Kagari was trying to point at Mayuri, but shaking too much to do it.
その
song.
She fell to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut.
Kagari!
かがり
Kagari! The song her mother sang. Oh god. Oh god.
探
Oh
し
God.
物ひとつ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよママ
Mommy.
ん
What is it, Kagari?
何それ
What song is that?
えへへこれはね
This is a really important song.
でどんな歌なの
What kind of song?
うーん
It's a song to make people smile when they're crying, maybe.
泣いてる人
Is it important to make people smile when they're
大事
crying?
なのそれも大事だけ
That's
ど
also important, but that's not all.
この歌は
This is the song that brought you and
マ
me
マとかが
together.
りちゃんをつなげてくこの歌があ
This,
ったから
this song is the reason we
出会え
met.
たんだよその歌がな
If
か
it
った
weren't for
ら
that song, you might not be my
ママ
mommy.
かがりのそん
I
なの
don't want that.
あ
Oh, sorry, sorry. That's not what I meant.
そういう何があっても
I'll always be your mommy, no matter what.
でも
But
そうだなかがりちゃんには
I want you to remember this song, Kagari,
おいつか
for the day that
か
you
がりちゃんが
when you meet
大
someone
事な
really
人と
important to
出
you,
会った時のその人が泣い
so
て
that when
い
you're
る
crying, you can
時
make them smile.
笑わせられるよほら一
Come
緒
on,
に歌
sing
お
it
う
with me, okay?
探し物ひとつ探し物ひとつ星の笑う声上手
You're really
上手
good.
次はね
Now, the next part is...
ママ
Mommy? Where are you, Mommy?
どこに行ったの
Where'd you go?
ママ
Mommy? Don't go.
Hmm. Back to Okabe. Kagari. I wet a towel at the sink and put it on Kagari's forehead as she lay on the sofa. She looked like she was having a nightmare. Her breathing was shallow and pained. She still wasn't awake.
大丈夫かな
You think she's okay?
どうだろうな。
I don't know. She just collapsed out of nowhere after all. It had been about 5 minutes ago when she arrived and then immediately collapsed. Dara, Mayuri, and I had somehow managed to get her over to the sofa.
つうかさ
Wait, isn't putting a wet towel on someone's forehead what you do when they got high fever? She doesn't look like she got fever at all. Does this work on people who just passed out?
仕方ないだろう。
It's not like we got better option. I don't know any other things we can do.
何をしていいのかわからないんだから。
Neither Dara nor I had the knowledge required to handle this situation. But since Kagari had no insurance card or no residency certificate, taking her to a hospital felt like a bad idea. All we could do was wait for her to wake up.
Mommy.
ママ
I heard her whisper something.
今ママって
She just said mommy.
We both put our ears closer to her mouth.
いや
No.
行かないで
Don't go. Mommy.
She suddenly jerked upwards. The two of us barely managed to avoid getting a headbutt.
That was close.
いや
Oh,
違
wait,
う
no, I missed my chance to do something naughty with Kagari telling me I get played for it.
バ
Stupid, I'm so stupid.
Yeah, you are stupid. Shut up. Not now. I ignored Dara, who was bashing his head against the floor in frustration, and spoke to Kagari.
大丈夫か。
You okay?
岡部
Okabe.
Kagari seemed confused, and it took her a moment to realize that she was lying on the sofa.
Huh?
私
I was
寝
asleep.
てたんですか
Why?
覚えて。
You don't remember.
ラボに来た途
You
端
saw Mayushi the
マユ
minute
シを
you
見て
got
気
here and then
絶したん
fainted.
だよ
まゆりさんは
When I looked at Mayuri.
I realized that her tone had changed since the world line switch. More precisely, it had switched. It was back to how it was when I first met her.
君は
You seem to know the
マユ
song
リ
she
が
was
口
singing.
ずさんでいた。
歌
The song. Oh,
そうです
that's right. That song. I know that song.
あの歌どこかで聞
I've
い
heard
た
it
ことがあ
somewhere.
って
A long, long time ago, when I was a little kid.
おお来た
Oh,
こ
Phil in. This is totally a sign that her memories are gonna come
記憶回
back.
復フラグなんじゃね
まゆりさんは
Where's Mayuri? Where'd she go?
あの歌のことを
I have to get her to tell me about that song.
Prize darted around the lab.
マユリは
She had to go to work at May Queen. She left as soon as you got as soon as you got here.
かがりたんのこと
She was really worried
すご
about you.
く心配してた
I'm really sorry.
今日はランチ
They asked me to come in for the lunch shift today, and I really can't miss it.
おかり
Okarin, Daru, take care of Kagari for me, okay?
かがりさんのことお願いねそう
I see.
です
他に
Is there anything else
何
you
か思い
remembered?
出したことどんなことでもいいんだ。
It doesn't matter how small.
他に
Anything else?
She put her hand to her forehead so she could think.
と
Then she shook it softly.
No,
ダメ他には
I don't remember anything else.
歌のことも
I know that I've heard that song before, but I can't remember who I heard it from at all.
誰
かがりたんさ
Did you dream it? Did you dream it all when you were passed out just now, Kagari?
夢見てなかった
Kagari had.
夢ですか
Dream.
うんうなされてた
Yeah,
から
you looked
さ
like you were having a bad dream. You kept saying mommy.
あ
Oh, you yelled that when you woke up too.
あ、叫んでたな。
私
I did?
そんな
歌がトリガー
I
にな
wondered
っ
if
て
that song might have been the key to bringing back some of your memories or something.
え
Well,
ダメ
no, I can't remember anything.
確かに
I think I was
何
dreaming,
かの夢を
yes.
見ていたでも
And that dream was very
大切な夢
important.
だったような
そうか。
I see.
すみません
I'm sorry for causing all this
ご
trouble.
迷惑をおかけして
But both Dara and I knew this was a big step forward. She knew the song that Mayuri was singing. And she said she learned it when she was a child. That would have been in the future, before she got in the time machine. Which meant that there could be only one answer. It was the future Mayuri who taught Kagari that song.
オカリン
Agreed.
ひとま
You
ず
think asking
マユ
Mayushi
シ
would
に
be
聞
a
いてみる
good
の
first
がい
step?
いんじゃね
そうだな。
You're right. She said she had to work the lunch shift, so let's over to Maid Queen when it's winding
タイ
down.
ミングを
私も行き
I'll
ます
go too.
Kagari quickly stood up off the sofa.
落ち着いて
Calm down. We're not leaving right away. You should rest a little.
あ
Oh,
えっと
you're right.
そうですみません
Sorry.
And then her stomach rumbled.
Uh,
腹が減ったの
You're hungry? You've got instant
カップ
ramen.
麺なら
あとは
And Myers chicken wings and bananas too.
えっと
um,
バナナ
I'd like a
いた
banana.
だきます
She seemed embarrassed. Fruit. Hello.
お帰りなさいませ
Welcome back,
ご主人
Meowster.
様
When we opened the door to Maid Queen Yan Squared, the usual cat-eared maid was there to welcome us.
Oh, Ocarine.
かがりにゃんも
Karian
お帰り
too.
なさい
Welcome back.
こんにちはレイリーさん
Clovers.
おにゅー
Meow. Ocarine, every time you've been here lately, it's been with a different girl. So it's true what they say, that you've mastered the aura of the popular college boy now.
そんなんじゃない
That's not it.
マユリを迎えに来
I'm here to see Myri.
そろそろ
I figured
バイ
she'd
ト
be
上が
about
り
done
の
with her
時間なんじ
shift.
ゃないかと思った
She was working in the kitchen today, yeah.
キッチン
The kitchen? Oh god, no! The customers! Think of the customers!
We didn't have enough meat for lunchtime today.
How many have you killed so far?
So we had her come in to help, yeah.
なあ
Hey, is it really okay to let her
マユ
cook?
リに料理をやらせて
She really wanted to cook, but we had her focus on washing plates, yeah.
Okay, thank goodness. I was about to say, how many customers have you murdered at this point with Myri's cooking? That was fierce for you. She knew exactly who belonged where.
I told her she could go home, so she should be changing right now, yeah.
じゃあ
Tell her we're waiting
外で
outside
待っ
then.
てるって伝えて
Roger, yeah.
We waited down on below for a bit before Myri came out.
Ocarine, Kagari. Thanks for coming to get me. Is Kagari okay?
As soon as she got out of the store, Myri ran out and gave Kagari a big hug. She had a worried look on her face as she peered into Kagari's eyes.
Thanks, Myri. Yeah, I'm okay now. I'm so glad. You fell over, so I was really worried. I'm sorry I worried you. But why did you two come to get me?
お前に
There was something I wanted to
聞
ask
きたい
you
ことがあってさっき
about that
口
song
ず
you
さ
were
んで
just
た歌
singing.
についてだ
I repeated the conversation I had at the lab for Myri.
というわけで
So, can you tell us where you heard that
その歌を
song?
どこで覚えたのか
I actually heard Suzu singing it.
鈴葉が
Suzuha was singing it.
That's right. After work, Mayushi stays a lot at the lab. On rainy days, Suzu does her training inside, like push-ups and sit-ups and stuff. And when she finishes her training, she always takes a shower. After she comes out, she looks at the window and at the rain and as she dries her hair. And when she does, she always softly sings the song. I've never asked her what it's called though.
なるほど
I see. So maybe it was a song from the future then. Wait, isn't that weird then? Isn't this causing like some sort of strange feedback loop? Because where did Suzuha hear it then? Like a song that was popular with people in the 2030s maybe. Maybe Kagari learned it at the same time that Suzuha did.
それなら
So maybe
次
we
は
should ask
鈴葉
Suzuha
に当たって
next.
みる
You're right.
ここまで来たんだ
I've come this far, so I'll stay with you until we find out.
Really? Thank you.
My relationship with Suzuha was probably still pretty strained in this world, but she would probably help me get Kagari's memories back.
一度戻ろう
Let's head back to the lab. She should be working at the Bronze Tube
ブラウン
workshop.
管工
Mayushi will go with you. You're sure, Mayuri? Yep.
Myri gave a cheerful answer and then started to fidget as if she were embarrassed for some reason.
I don't know how to say this, but when I see you, Kagari, I feel like I have to do something. It's like I want to protect you, or I want to help you. I wonder why. It's strange, isn't it?
Maybe it was the bond between mother and daughter. It was going to be a long time before Mayuri became Kagari's mother, though.
それにね
And also,
思い出がな
I
い
think
のっ
it's
て
sad not being able to remember
寂
things.
しいとまゆりさん
Mayuri,
ありがとうございます
thank you.
うんうん
It's fine.
みんな
Let's
で
all do our
頑張ろ
best.
And so the three of us went back to the lab.
うあれ
Huh?
すず
This is
さん
my
の自
kiss in
転車
here.
がないね
おかしいな
That's strange. It was here when we
出る
left.
時にはあったんだが
Just as we went to peek inside the Bronze Tube workshop, Tanuji came out.
おう
Hey, you need
なんか
some?
用か
あの
Is Suzuha
鈴
here?
葉はいませんか
I think she was working a while
さ
ago.
っきまで
あ
Oh,
あ
she
あい
left
つ
for
なら
today.
午後から用事
She
があ
said
る
she had
から
something to do
な
this afternoon. Seemed pretty
とにか
serious.
く真面
何の用事か
Did you ask what it
聞い
was?
てますか
目いや
No, I'm not interested
バ
in
イト
getting
のプ
involved
ラ
in
イ
my
ベートま
part-timer's
で
private
詮
life.
索するつもりはねえからな
That's all he said before he headed back into the shop. I don't feel good about this. Why is she gone? Is she at the time machine?
すずさん
I wonder where
ど
she
こ行っ
went.
たの用事って
What do you suppose she had to
何でしょ
do?
うね
Did she go back to the time machine? I hoped it was nothing serious. I'll try Ryan. Okay. I think I've got a hint for Kagari's memories. There are some things I want to ask you. Where are you? Go Curry.
ゴーゴーカレー
Go Curry? Was she eating a late lunch? Is that important?
とにかく行ってみ
Let's
よ
go check it out. Wait, is she watching? Oh, that was amazing! The winner of this month's Go-Go Curry Akihabara eating contest is the first person in store history to win 3 times in a row, the Silent Slaughterer! Suzuha, what the hell are you doing? I can't... Where did she fill all that curry into her tiny body? Here's the goss of curry. The goss of curry is pure before us. She sure has slaughtered that curry. If you told me she was a real assassin, I'd believe it. Suzuha, what have you done? I thought you were... Congratulations to our winner, the Silent Slaughterer!
すごいな
Wow.
すごいですね
Wow.
Was this what Suzuha had been up to? Suzuha, you're so... What do I even say to this? The store had said that she'd won 3 times in a row, and the customers seemed to know her. Did that mean she was a regular? Suzuha made her way over to us through the cheering crowds.
はあ
Yeah.
あれ
Huh?
三人
What's
と
wrong,
も
you three?
どうしたの
Fear.
ごめん
Sorry, the tournament was just about to begin, so I didn't have time to type out a longer
そっ
response.
けないすごいね
Wow, I can't believe you ate that big plate of curry.
あんなカレーを食べられるもの
Eat
は
what you
食べられ
can,
る時に
and when you
食べる
can. You need that nutrition to
戦場で
survive on the
生き残るため
battlefield.
に必要な素養
I
だ
thought
よ
you said you didn't want attention.
戦場
That the battlefield?
と
Did I hear that wrong?
私
気にしない方がいい
It's probably better not to think about it.
おじさん
So, Uncle, what was that? What was this about a clue of Kagari's memories?
I explained what had happened so far.
You heard me singing?
聞こえてたのもう
You should have said something big, Sis Mayo.
すずさんが歌って
You were so cute when you were singing. I thought if I said something, you'd stop.
意地悪だな
You're so mean.
それで
So, where did you hear that
その歌はどこで知った
song?
んだ
母さんだよ
Mom
母
used
さ
to
ん
sing
が
it.
歌ってたんだ
Oh geez, okay, it's now it's starting to get complicated. So... Okay. So, Yuki sang the song, which is where Suzuha learned the song, and Suzuha is where Mayuri learned the song, and Mayuri is where Kagari learned the song. I swear to God, and I don't even know if the Yuki we know is real. That's a fake Yuki.
ゆきさんが
Yuki did.
ゆきさん
Yuki.
鈴葉さんのお母様
Your mom's name is Yuki
ゆ
too?
きさんとおっしゃるんですか
Oops.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. Yuki's nickname is Mom.
That's right. I just always call her that. Do you? So how'd she get that nickname? Sorry, we can talk about that some other time. Uncle, over here.
I screwed up. I realize that. Suzuha and I stood a little away from Kagari. I realize I screwed up, okay?
Listen, is there really any point in hiding the truth about Mom from her?
Her memories might not come back, so it's smart not to tell her, I think.
I see. I'd like to avoid that if we can.
So Yuki taught you that song in the future, right?
Of course. She used to sing it as she cooked, so I learned it that way.
I was getting confused. So what was going on here? So when Kagari was little, she learned it from you or Yuki?
No way. Kagari only became Big Sis Mayu's adopted daughter after Mom died. And I've never sung it for anyone. I never let Kagari hear it. It was all I could do to survive back then. I didn't have time to sing. I didn't even realize that I've been singing it. She said she learned it when she was a kid, so she probably learned it from Big Sis Mayu.
I see. Which meant Kagari learned it from Mairi, who learned it from hearing Suzuha hum it, and Suzuha learned it from Yuki, her mother. Which means we visit Yuki, I guess. This is turning into a game of telephone. But even so, if we keep at it, we're sure to learn the truth eventually.
I've got to do maintenance on the time machine, so I don't think I can go. Take care of Kagari for me.
Yeah. So, that's the story. I explained to Mairi and Kagari what I'd learned from Suzuha. Of course, since I couldn't tell them about the future, I skirted around that part of the story.
I see. So next is Yuki, right?
Mairi, can you contact her for me?
Okay, sure.
Hang on. It just now occurs to me. We're back on the far original timeline. Back before the Alpha World line shift, right? But remind me, wasn't that timeline... Doesn't that mean that in the timeline that we're currently on... Doesn't that mean the raid that happened on, I think it was January 2nd, happened? The one where, like, the main way we could tell was that it happened or not is if the bullet hole had appeared in the floor. Meaning, doesn't Yuki have her, arm injury still? Question mark?
She's not answering. I'll send her a Rhine.
Larry gave up on calling her and sent her a message on Rhine.
There you go. I'm sorry this turned into such a big deal. Don't worry about it. And you know, Mayushi's having fun going on a walk with Kagari. Thanks. I feel kind of relaxed too, talking with you like this. Oh, me too. Maybe we just go along. That makes me happy.
If Dara was here, he'd yelled Yuri for the win. Come to think of it, Dara had said he had something to do today, and I hadn't seen him since we left the lab. It was probably something I didn't want to know about.
Oh, I just got a message from Yuki. I'm actually on a date with Shida, it says.
Well, I figured out what Shida's doing.
Wow, I see. They're dating.
I hadn't heard that they were close enough to start dating. Is that what Dara was up to?
Looks like she's coming to the lab this evening.
Evening, huh? That's not for a little while.
I don't think we should interrupt their date, though. That's right. Let's wait.
If Kagari wanted to wait, it wasn't my place to disagree. We decided to have Mairi answer Yuki's message and then go back to the lab. On the way... What's up?
Ocarine, over there.
Mairi suddenly lowered her voice and quietly pointed toward a nearby cafeteria with outdoor seating. Two people we recognized were sitting at one of the tables. Great. It was Yuki and Daru. Hello! The two of them were eating a sandwich together. This is... I don't know.
とりあえず
I guess since Taro's over there, I'm not here, I'll say it for him.
こう言ったる
Taru, normies must explode! What do we do? I don't. What are you looking at me for? What am I supposed to do? Magic?
邪魔しちゃう
I only know technological magic. But I can't do it without technology.
We shouldn't get in the way.
とはいえ
But this isn't something you get to see every day, is
な
it?
かなか見られない光
それは
That's very true.
So we're just gonna spy on them? What the hell, Myri? Myri's eyes were filled with passion. She seemed to be truly cheering them on. Guys, we shouldn't be eavesdropping.
二人が食べ終わるの
Should we wait for them to finish and just pretend we just happen to walk by?
まゆしは
Makes you think that's a great idea.
What is wrong with you?
いいと思います
Sounds good to me.
Gary and Myri were getting excited. You both are the exact same. Was this really that exciting? We sat at a nearby table in the corner of the terrace so as to not let them see us. We covered our faces as best we could and quietly observed the two of them. They seemed to be enjoying their lunch. I could just barely make out what they were saying.
ほらほら
Ah, Sheeta, you got some tomato stuck in your
う
mouth.
ちの
I'll
端
wipe
に
it
ト
off.
マトついてますよ
No, I'm fine. Just fine. I'll wipe it off myself.
でも
But you never have a handkerchief with you, do you? Come on, turn this way.
こっちにか
If any of my bodily fluids got on your handkerchief, you'll have to throw it out.
汚いなんて
I will
思ったり
not.
しませんよはい拭きます
Come
よ
on, here.
何やってる
What is he doing?
仲良さ
You're getting along so well. I'm jealous.
そうお似合いですね
You make a perfect couple.
そうか
Do they?
そうですよ
Oh god.
They do. Of course they do.
I don't get it. What? I love that they both have the same expressions.
You look so happy together. That's so nice.
Myra's watching him with stars in her eyes. And then... hunger.
まゆりさん
Myri, are you
お腹空い
hungry?
てるんですか
I was going to eat after work.
なんだ
Oh, were you?
そうじゃあ
Okay, I'll order you some. My treat.
ここはもう
You sure?
手伝ってくれている
It's my way of saying thanks for helping.
Yay! You're so nice, O'Cream.
太っ腹だじゃあねじゃあ
Okay,
ね
okay.
Myra's eyes shone as she looked at the menu.
クレープ
I want crepes with lots of strawberries and cream.
いちごとクリーム
Evidently, the place was offering a special on crepes today.
わかった
Okay, what about you, Gagari?
おかわりは
私は
I just ate
さ
so.
っきお昼食べ
Come on, let's eat together.
遠慮しなくていい
Don't worry about it.
すみません
Thanks. I'll have the banana and chocolate one then.
了解だ
Roger. I went to buy crepes, being careful not to let Daru and Yuki see me. Forget... Kagari. Kagari, how did you manage to get it on your eye?
These are so good. I can't believe it.
ですね
Right? The chocolate has just the right amount of bitterness. And the strawberries are good
いつも
too.
ほらかがりさ
Here, Kagari, say,
あ
Mash.
ーんおいしい
it's good.
何をさせるん
Wait, what are you making me do?
え
Come on, you don't need to be embarrassed. We're both girls.
それはそう
Meanwhile,
なんです
Rinto was like,
けど
what am I watching? What the hell?
That's true, but...
あ
Oh, you got some cream on your cheek.
You got it on your eye somehow. Oh,
Oops.
まゆしが
Mayushi will get it off for you.
大丈夫
I'm
ですよ
okay. I can do it by myself.
自分で拭けますから
Yagari hurriedly took a hand mirror and handkerchief out of her pouch and wiped it off.
How Mayushi wanted to do that.
もう
Come on, Mayuri. You can't do that.
え
Why?
どうしてって
Why? Because
あまゆりさんに言わ
when
れ
you say stuff like that, it makes me feel weird.
変な気持ち
Weird.
はい
Yeah,
なぜか
it makes
ま
me
ゆり
feel...
さんに
makes me really
すごく
want to let you spoil me.
会いたくなっちゃうんでおかしいな
It's strange.
私の
I'm
方
supposed to be
が
older
年
than
上
you.
のはずなのに
Yagari's cheeks flushed red as she stared up into Myri's eyes.
ええ
That means you love me,
それ
right?
は
What?
まゆしも
Mayushi loves you
かがり
too.
さん
Mayuri, I...
あ
Oh, she doesn't mean anything by it. Don't let it bug you.
She doesn't?
ねえねえ
Hey, hey, give Mayushi a bite too, okay?
Mash.
しょうが
Oh,
ないな
fine. Here, say,
はいあー
Mary took a bite of the crepe in Kagari's hand. She eats the entire thing. Someone else's eyes, it must have just looked like two sisters feeding each other crepes. Of course, Mayuri would be the little sister. But it didn't look that way to me. It looked like a little Kagari was blushing and stretching a hand out toward her mother. I really did want to get her memories back. I can only imagine what the future was like after World War III occurred. But no matter how bad it got, families still must have gotten together to eat dinner. Maybe this happened in the future too. That would be a very happy...
コリ
Green?
どうしたの
What's wrong? You're spacing out.
おあ
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something.
オカリンも
You want crepe too?
今からでも
Why not get one?
買ってきたらどう
大丈夫だよ
I'm fine. I
昼
just
飯は
ate.
さっき食べたし
And the crepes looked so sweet that I'd lost my appetite.
そう
I know.
じゃあ
Mayushi will give you a bite of hers, then.
それなら私の
You have one of mine too.
あ
I suddenly found myself with two smiling girls shoving two crepes in my face. Help me.
Come on, stop that. It's embarrassing.
Without even thinking, I tried to move my chair back, only to get caught on the leg of the table. Help. Ah!
Okabe!
Ow! The rest of the cafe watched me as I fell flat onto the ground. I ended up attracting a lot of attention. As a result...
岡部さんじゃ
Is
な
that
いで
you,
すか
Okabe?
What? Green, what are you doing here?
なぜここに
They found us. We explained to the two of them how we found ourselves here.
もう
Jeez, you just said
声をかけてく
something.
れればいい
Sorry.
お邪魔しちゃ
We didn't want to
悪いかな
interrupt.
と思うずっと見られて
It's
たことの
embarrassing to think that
方
you've been
が
watching
恥
us
ず
the
か
whole
しいですよ
time.
I'm going to kill you, Ocarine. Dara's face was as placid as a sage. Knowing that we saw him and like that must have snapped his mind in half. I'm going to kill all of you.
それでユキさん
So, Yuki, how about it?
どうかその歌
Do you remember where you
ど
heard
こ
that
で知ったの
song?
か覚えて
覚えてますよ
I do. It was really
最近の
recent.
ことなの私
I work at a dessert
教室で
class,
バイトをしてる
cooking
んです
class. I'm the teacher's
講
assistant.
師の先生のほら
You know how I love to make
お菓子
snacks, right?
作るの好き
I'm
だ
still
から
learning now.
まだまだ修行中なんですけどねゆきさんが
All
作
her
るお
desserts
菓
are
子
really
は
yummy.
ものそうなん
I
です
see.
か今度
Let's make some soon, Kigari, okay?
ねはい
Yes, please.
I tried to get the conversation back on track.
そのお菓子
So,
教
what's the deal with the
室と
song
歌
in this class?
どんな関係が
ああそうそう
Oh, right.
教室に
One of
通
the
ってる
students in the class is always singing it.
本人は無
I don't think
意識
she
みた
knows
い
she's
なん
doing
で
it,
すけど
but she always looks
それ
really
を
happy when
歌って
she
る
does.
時は私も
I picked it up at
そ
some
の歌を
point.
覚えて
その生徒は
Is that student someone you
ユキさ
know?
んのし例えば
Someone I
俺
know?
の知っている人
I don't think so. She's an older woman.
割とお
We
年を
played the
召
game
し
of
ている
telephones to
女
this
性な
point
の
and
に
ended up with someone who had nothing to do with any of us. Maybe it was a really common song and Kagari just happened to learn it from hearing someone and singing it in the future. No, it was too early to assume that.
ひとまず
Let's try getting a
そ
hold
の
of that
生徒さん
student.
にユキさん
Yuki, can you contact her for us?
生徒の個人情報
I know you can't tell us her private
俺
information.
たちに教え
別に
I don't
構わ
mind.
ないです
It's a class, sure, but it's not that big a
教室
deal.
といってもその方の
I know
携帯
your
の
email.
メアド
I
も
talk to her all the
聞いて
time.
ますしよくお話
If you
もし
took her
ますか
phone
ら
out of her pouch and started to fiddle with it, she seemed to be looking at a list of addresses.
Okay, here we go.
あ
This
った
is
あ
her.
ったこの人です
She turned the phone towards us. Seeing the name of the person we'd never met wouldn't do us any good, but we looked anyway.
Huh?
Ah!
Huh? What?
Who is it?
That name!
オカリンのお母さん
That's Ocarina's mom.
Are you... What? Excuse you? How did we get here? What? What do you mean? Okay, let's go over this one more time. So, Kagari learned the song from Mayuri, who learned the song from Suzuha, who learned the song from Yuki, who learned the song from Okabe's mother? How did Okabe get fit into this equation? There was no doubt about it. That was my mom's name. How the... Wow, so Yuki's a friend of yours. After hearing the shocking news that Kagari's song traced its roots all the way back to my mother, we went back to the lab. It would have been embarrassing to call my mom in front of Mayuri and Kagari. So I went up to the roof in the cold to call home. When I asked my mom if she was going to a cooking class, she seemed surprised that I didn't know. I see. That song, huh? I had no idea I was singing it. That's kind of embarrassing. Where'd you learn that song? Where? Like, you heard it on the radio? Or maybe you heard someone else singing it. It was you. Don't do this. You used to sing it. Okay. Let's go over this again. Kagari learned the song from Mayuri, who learned the song from Suzuha, who learned the song from Yuki, who learned the song from Okabe's mother, who learned the song from Okabe himself! And we've never sang the song!
No.
What? What? What are you talking about? That's impossible! You remember when you were in middle school and Mayuri got really depressed, right? When her grandma died? Everybody was really worried, but one day she suddenly got better. But then you started going crazy. What was that all about? You were a bad scientist? Please stop. Was there anything in the world more terrifying than hearing about your own dark history from your mother? When you started being a bad what's-it, you would sing that song whenever you took a bath. You sang it so often, I guess I learned it. I sang it! How the hell has this wild goose chase turned into freaking Okabe singing a song? That's right, you don't remember. Oh, a customer's here. Bye. It's going to rain soon, so come home quick. How the hell did we get here? Seriously? This is beyond wild. Okay, so Green, how'd it go? Did you find anything out? Yeah, I found out that I know freaking nothing, and that nothing makes sense at this point. I explained what I heard from my mom, even though I didn't really understand it myself. Exactly! My point exactly, you two! How did I sing the song? I don't know where I got that song from! Yeah, they were surprised. I was more surprised than anybody! I was so surprised that I was actually feeling pretty calm. So, what does this all mean? Great question! What did it mean? Kagari had learned the song from Mayuri in the future. Mayuri had learned in the present from Suzuha. Suzuha had learned it from Yuki in the future. Yuki had learned it from my mom. And my mom had learned it from me. Did I ever sing? Mayushi doesn't remember. If it was a popular song, then maybe I would have hummed it, but... How? No luck. I can't remember. How the heck? What do we do? We're out of clues, aren't we? The only one who'd have clues at this point is Okabe, and we don't know anything. How are we supposed to know something like that? Mayuri looked like she was about to cry. Kagari gave her a gentle hug. Please calm down, Mayuri. Okabe, does the fact that you sang it when Mayuri was depressed give you any kind of clue? Maybe her grandma? I don't know. I didn't really do anything special. All I did was go see Mayuri when she was visiting her grandmother's grave. That was when Kyoma Human, now sealed away, had been born.
Should we go to her grave then? You might remember something.
Is that possible?
After all this, I want to see this through to the end. Ocarine, Mayushi wants you to do it too.
わかった。
Okay, let's go.
行こ
Thank you.
The sun was about to set, so we decided to go the next day. The next day, the sky had been cloudy since morning. I met with Kagari and Mayuri at the spot near the cemetery where her grandmother was buried.
It looks like it's going to rain, huh? I didn't bring an umbrella. The weather said it wasn't going to rain. Mayushi didn't either.
And I never brought an umbrella when it wasn't raining. In our words, nobody had an umbrella.
う。雨が降り出す前に
Let's finish this before the rain
切り
starts.
上げるように。
Okay.
おばあちゃん
Your grandma will be very happy.
喜ぶだろうな
Your grandma will be very happy you came, I bet.
そうだな。
Yeah.
それに
And Kagari's here too, today.
まゆしの素敵
Can't wait to
な
introduce my
お友達を
wonderful new friend to
おば
Grandma.
あちゃんにしょまゆりさん
Mayuri.
おかり
Ocarine, let's hurry. There's a lot Mayushi wants to tell
お
Grandma.
ばあちゃんに
そうだな。
Yeah, let's
急
hurry.
ごう。
Here it is. We finally arrived at the cemetery. The skies were getting darker, and it felt like it could rain at any minute. We finished cleaning the grave, and each of us put our hands together in front of us. Then Mayuri sat down and started talking to her grandma. Kagari and I watched her from a short distance away.
それでね
And then Kagari came in, and she was so surprised she fell down and went bang.
まゆしは
Mayushi was really scared and really worried, but I had to go to work.
だから
So I said to Ocarine and Daru, take care of Kagari and left the lab.
さんの子でも
I was so worried I thought my heart was going to burst.
心配で胸が岡部さん
Okabe,
Kagari whispered to me, concerned.
あ
Oh, don't worry about
あ、参
Mayuri.
りのことな。あれは
That's kind of like a
儀式みたいな
ritual.
ものなんだ。
儀式
a ritual?
ああ、
Yeah, she loved her grandma a lot,
Mayuri
and when her
wa
grandma
o-ba-chan
died, it
sa.
was like she lost her soul.
その半年くらい誰
For
とも
about 6
口を
months, she
聞か
wouldn't
ず
say a
に
word to anyone. She'd just come here and stand all day.
まるで
It was like she was praying to go be with her
自分のおばあちゃ
grandma.
んのところに行ける。
それを
And you brought her
岡
back,
部さん
didn't you?
が連れ戻し
How did you
それ
know?
を
まゆりさんから聞
Mayuri
いちゃい
told
ま
me.
した
あいつ
Girl.
ね。
いいじゃないです
Oh,
か
come on, it's cool.
かっこいいですよ
Hyoma Human, the mad
マッドサイ
scientist.
エンティスト
やめてくれ。
Stop it.
あの時は
I was desperate for any
必
idea I
死だ
could
ったん
think
だ
of.
後から思えば
Looking
正
back,
解
it
だ
was
った
the
わ
right
けだけ
answer,
ど
but it was still really embarrassing.
やっぱり
I'd use every bit of
恥ずかしい思い
knowledge I
を
could
したと
scrape up
思
from
うよ。
anime and video games to try and keep Mayuri's soul from leaving us.
連れてなんて
I won't let anyone take you away. Mayuri's my hostage. She's a sacrifice for my human experiments. There's no escaping me.
そっか
Oh,
まゆしは
Mayushi's your hostage.
人質のじゃ
I guess I'm stuck here.
うんうん
No,
とても素敵
I think
な
that's a
お話
wonderful
だと思い
story.
ます
そうかな。
Is it?
そうですよ
it is.
降ってきまし
It
た
started raining.
Crap. I looked up just in time for a drop to fall on my cheek. A cold rain started to come down.
こんなに早く降り
I
始め
didn't think
る
it
と
would start so
は
soon.
思いませんでした
What should
ね
we do?
どうします
We'd just gotten here and hadn't done anything yet. I wanted to at least do a little research before we left.
一旦
Let's find a place where we can get out of the rain. We can get umbrellas at the convenience store if we need
コン
them.
ビニで
わかりました
Okay,
まゆりさん
Mary,
一
let's
度
head back to
駅
the
に
station
戻
for
りま
now.
しょう
Huh? Wow, it's raining.
The rain started to come down harder as we ran toward the station.
And so... We should have brought the umbrellas first, huh?
これじゃ
We need to take a shower, we'll catch a cold.
そうだ
I know, Kagari, wanna come over to Mayushi's house? We can take a shower together. Huh?
Mari turned around and suddenly stopped. I stopped too. I looked back and saw that Kagari wasn't keeping up with us. Huh? Kagari? She was standing some distance away with a blank look on her face. She was facing us, but she seemed to be staring off into the distance.
Kagari? What's wrong?
聞こえる
I can hear... No! No! Her voice was flat and motionless. It was like she was a different person than the one that had been there a moment ago. What can you hear? No.
声
A voice.
声が
I hear a
聞こ
voice.
える
Kagari? Myri started to walk towards Kagari.
私
I
行かなきゃ
have to go. And suddenly, Kagari ran through the puddles of water and out into the street. Kagari! No! No! The truck was coming. No! Mary screamed, and my body moved on its own. I yanked Myri's shoulder down and knocked her to the ground so that she couldn't run out on her own. And then I used that momentum to run into the street myself. Come on!
A long time ago, the air wasn't dirty like it is now, but nobody cared if they got wet in the rain. When mommy was your age, Kagari, she loved the rain. She ran around outside with an ocarine. When you run in the rain, it's like you're swimming in the sea. Ocarine and mommy were fish swimming in the sea. The only two fish in the world. It was so much fun.
When was that? After I'd been separated from Big Setsuzuha in 1998. I was locked somewhere for a long time. When did I escape? Why did I escape? I wanted to see mommy all of a sudden. That was the only reason. At the place where she was kept. Kagari was waiting for the professor to come, unlike always, when she happened to look outside and see that it was raining. When she smelled the water through the window, she remembered what her mom had said. And the next thing she knew, she'd taken off the headset she was wearing. Nobody expected it, so escaping was easy. She ripped off the cords on her arms and used the little window to go outside. And then she snuck in the back of a truck that was just leaving the parking lot. The facility she'd been kept in must have been deep within the mountains. After hours of shaking, the truck finally reached a town somewhere. When the truck stopped, she jumped out and wandered in the rain, with nowhere to go. She didn't have any destination in mind. She just wanted to see her mom, but didn't know where she was. And even if she did find her, her mom would have been younger than Kagari, and wouldn't know who she was. She'd run away from the facility on impulse, but she had no money. There was nothing she could do, except wait for the professor to come find her. Until then, she wanted to get wet in the rain. The rain kept falling for a long time. Her clothes got wet, but she didn't care. It's so weird that the rain doesn't hurt. The rain in this era didn't sting when it landed on your skin. It was warm. The first time Kagari learned that nature could do things other than hurt you. There was life in this rain. That's how it felt to her. The rain in this era was alive. It was totally different than the dead rain of the future. Kagari kept walking, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by living rain. How long had she walked? When her legs finally started to get tired, she sat down on a bench with a roof over it. It was a trolley platform. It was unmanned, without even a ticket station. She sat down and looked up at the sky. The rain was still falling. I'm sure God doesn't like this rain. He probably likes the dead rain better than the living rain. Otherwise, I can't explain why the rain in the future is dead. The dead rain sure didn't seem better than the living rain to Kagari. There was one thing she was sure of. In the future, where Mom was, the rain was dead. When she saw Mom again, the rain would be dead. So she wasn't really mad at God. Are you lost? A boy was standing next to the bench. He was the same age as Kagari, or maybe a little younger. He was holding an umbrella. The area below his knees was soaking wet. He must have walked in the rain for a long time. Kagari said nothing as he sat down next to her. He looked tired and in pain.
僕も
Me too. The boy talked to her in a voice that was a whisper. What he talked about, she couldn't remember. He seemed to be in so much pain, as if he was carrying the weight of the whole world's sadness on his shoulders. Why had he talked to her when they'd never met before? Why had he decided to open up to Kagari? Strangely, it didn't bother her. She was the same. She was the same as he was. And strangely, she realized something. There were things in this world that you just couldn't change. There were things in this world where all you could do was watch them slip through your fingers. You couldn't give up on them, but you had no choice but to give up. She felt that despair. Maybe the rain had brought the two of them together. There were so many people in the world, yet the two of them had no one they could talk to. So maybe the rain had brought them together. The living rain. The warm rain. The gentle rain.
オカリンとママ
Valkyrie and Mommy were fish, swimming in the sea.
その中を
The only two fish in the world.
世界でたった2匹だけの
Mommy had looked so happy when she told that story. But it sounds sad to Kagari. Because the world was so big and it was just the two of them alone. It would be lonely and sad to have no one else there. That's what she thought. But now she understood how Mom felt. Just a little. Just two fish. Alone in the world. That was different than being totally alone. No matter what else, there was someone next to you who felt the same way. It was lonely, but she was sure it wasn't that lonely. That's what she felt at the bottom of the sea of living rain.
探し物ひとつ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
Is the boy a young Okabe? There was nothing Kagari could do for the boy, but she felt like he needed that song. The next thing she knew, the boy was gone.
雨
The rain's not
やま
stopping,
ない
huh?
な
探したよ。
I've been looking for you.
ほら、
Come on,
行こ
let's go.
う。どうしたんだい？
What's wrong?
私
I
行かなきゃ
have to go. She shook off the professor's hand and ran off into the street through the pouring rain. And then she saw a truck splashing up water from the puddles as it came barreling towards her. I'm alive. Kagari woke up and realized she was in a hospital bed. Kagari! Mayuri was looking down at her with eyes swollen bright red. Kagari! Kagari's awake!
かがり
Kagari!
私
トラックに
You were almost hit by a
はねら
truck.
れそうになった怪我はなかった
You weren't hurt, but you passed out, so we called an
気を
ambulance
失
just in
った
case.
から君は保険証を
You don't
持
have
っ
an
てない
insurance
から
card, so the bills are probably going to be
医療費
crazy.
は
しょうが
It doesn't matter. It was the only thing we could
あ
do.
の時はそうかがりさんが無
I'm
事
just
でよ
glad
か
you're
った
safe, Kagari.
オカリンがね
Valkyrie saved you at the last
ギリギリ
second.
のところで助け二人とも
Hayushi thought you were both
死んじゃっ
dead.
たのかと思って
Hayushi thought... Hayushi thought...
マユシ
Thank goodness for Okabe.
泣くなよ
Don't cry, Mayuri.
Okay.
Oh,
そう
that's right.
でしたぼんやり
I kind of
覚えてます。
remember. Okabe jumped out to
岡部
save
さん
me.
がごめんなさい
I'm sorry. I
私
don't know what was wrong
ど
with
う
me.
かしてた
Thanks.
いや
No, I'm just glad
無
you're
事なら
safe.
いいんだ
In a fit of emotion, Mayuri leapt on Kagari.
I'm so glad, Kagari. I was really worried. Mayuri.
No, that wasn't right. Kagari finally understood everything. That wasn't right. This wasn't Mayuri. Yes, that's right. This was Mommy.
I finally get to meet you.
Now it's Kagari's turn to give Mayuri a big hug.
Mommy. Mommy? Kagari, no. Mayushi's not your mommy. You are Kagari's mommy.
She couldn't stop herself from talking like a little girl. The last 10 years vanished, and Kagari was once again a small child.
Mama.
Mommy! Kagari, your memories are back!
Uncle Okarin. Yeah, I remember it all now. I'm Mayuri Shina's daughter. My name is Kagari. But you're older than me, Kagari. And Mayushi's never had a baby or anything. Mommy, I'm from the future. In the future, you adopted me when I was an orphan. Mayushi did. That's right. You were the one who gave me a reason to live. You sent me to the safest place you could think of so that I wouldn't be in danger. The safest place. The past. You probably thought if I lived in a time when Japan was at peace, I could be safe. But I still missed you. I couldn't find you here. No matter how safe it is, I didn't want to live without you. Mommy, I missed you.
Kagari clung to Mayuri on the soft bed and cried for a long time. At first, Mayuri was confused, but she eventually hugged her back. Gently.
Kagari. Mommy. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It must have been so hard. You must have been so lonely. You were sad for so long because of me, weren't you? I'm sorry.
Hmm. And that's how I, Kagari Shina, got all my memories back. The next several months were wonderful. Every day I would come to the lab and play with Mommy and her friends. They were all wonderful people. There was never a moment where something fun wasn't happening. Mommy especially tried to spend as much time with me as possible. We'd eat together, go shopping together, or sometimes just walk around with no goal in mind. That normal life was everything I'd ever wanted. The voice I'd heard before began to vanish as I spent more time with her. Mommy always smiled, and she always seemed so happy to hear what I had to say. I was so happy. We had lots of sleepovers too. At the lab, at Mommy's house, at Luca's house. We'd stay up late eating snacks and talking, and I'd sleep in the same futon as Mommy. We'd both whisper that song. That song that she told me brought us together. And it did. When I was little, Mommy taught me this song. She learned it from Big Sis Suzuha. And Big Sis Suzuha learned it from Yuki. And Yuki learned it from Uncle Okarin's mom. And Uncle Okarin's mom learned it from Uncle Okarin. And he... I didn't know for sure. But if that was true, it was wonderful. I talked about a lot more with Mommy. About school, about the lab, about Uncle Okarin, about the future, about love. About all kinds of things. One day she said this to me.
Hey, Kagari. Mayushi had an idea. Maybe the song is a song to make the person you love feel better. They lost their most important treasure and they got so sad they finally just went to sleep. No matter how much you shake them, they won't wake up. That's how sad they are. But that treasure isn't really gone. It's actually so close they could reach out and touch it. But they don't realize it's so close. All they do is sleep. But really, you know they're waiting for someone to wake them up. Because that person is right next to them. You're not gone at all. I don't know when, but I know that someday they'll wake up. That's what I think the song is. And Mommy looked at me and smiled. Her eyes seemed so clear and calm as she gazed at the moonlight coming in through the curtains. It was the first time I'd seen such a pretty color. But when I thought back, I'd actually seen it once before. That day. That rainy day when I got my memories back. She had that same look in her eyes when she held me. She kept saying the same thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kagari. I thought that she was apologizing for what she'd done in the future. I thought that she was apologizing for leaving me all alone. But she wasn't. That apology was only from the Mayuri Shino who lived in 2011. She was saying that she was sorry for leaving me alone. It was about half a year later when I realized this. July 7th, 2011. The day of Tanabata. To tell the truth, I had known it was coming. I wonder why Mommy wanted me to come here. Maybe she's thinking of a surprise?
Kagari whispered as if she wanted it to be true. Today was July 7th. Tanabata. The lab was going to have a Tanabata party with the Tanuji family on the roof of the building. It was essentially an excuse to hold a barbecue. The sky was clear that day, so the night stars were sure to be pretty. I have to get back and help keep getting ready. With Mommy's help, of course. I knew it was coming. The dream can't last forever, can it? There's still a there's still something... a presence that's always going to be there in this world line. I knew what this meant. I knew, but I pretended I didn't. I didn't want to come here. I didn't want to see this. I wanted to look away. I took one step after another toward the roof. I need to hurry. Mommy's waiting. Why now? Mommy... When I opened the door, I was met with a burst of warm wind and the gentle summer twilight. The stars could already be seen twinkling in the evening sky. Mayuri was there. She was standing right next to the time machine. She had one hand in her head to keep the wind from blowing her hat away, and another reached out toward the sky. Her open hand stretched straight up toward the Akihabara sky, as if she was trying to grab the brightest star. Her eyes seemed to look past the stars towards something beyond. It was so pretty. So ephemeral. So fragile. Mommy. Kagari couldn't stop herself from crying out. It felt like if she didn't stop her, the stars would take her mother away.
Oh, Kagari!
Mommy. Tension started to drain from Kagari's body. Good. Mommy was acting normal now. There was nothing to worry about. Mommy would never leave her. Ever. When Kagari ran over, Mayuri lowered the hand that she'd reached out toward the sky. What's wrong? Why'd you want me to come here? Mayuri smiled, slightly embarrassed, and spun the other way. And then she looked up at the time machine.
This is what you came here in, isn't it, Kagari?
急に何
Why bring that up?
そん
It's
な
not
しみ
something
じ
I...
み言うことじゃ
Her words caught in her throat. She realized as the time machine's hatch was open.
どうして
Why?
どうして
Why is the time machine's hatch
タイムマ
open?
シンのハッチが
And then someone appeared from within the time machine.
カガリ
Kagari!
お前
Why are
ど
you...
うしてそれはこっちの
That's
セ
what
リフだ
I
よ
want to know. What are you two doing?
何してる
Mayuri wants Suzuha to go back.
マユ姉さん
Princess Mayu, you
カガ
promised
リ
you'd
に
keep it
は
a
秘密
secret
に
from
しておくっ
Kagari.
て
黙っててご
I'm
め
sorry I
んね
didn't tell you,
鈴
Suzu.
さんまゆしね
Mayushi wanted to say goodbye to
どう
goodbye
して
to
も
Kagari no
か
matter
がりちゃん
what.
にはすぐ終わるか
I'll
ら
be done soon, so
準
keep
備
getting
を
ready.
進めておいて
分かった
Okay, once you're
終わ
done,
った
get
ら
in.
乗って
Suzuha disappeared back inside the time machine.
秘密
A secret.
お別れ
Goodbye.
準備
Getting ready.
ママも鈴葉
What are
お
you
姉
two
ちゃんも
talking about?
何の話私
I don't
全然わ
understand.
からないよ本当は
She did
分かってた
understand.
本当は
She'd known
ママ
exactly
からメッセー
she'd
ジが
known
来た時
exactly
か
what
ら
she was coming since she got the message from her mother.
でも
But she
認め
didn't
た
want
く
to
なかっ
accept
た
it.
タイムマシンが
She didn't want to accept that the time machine was going to tear her away from her mother again.
あのね
Listen, Mayushi's about to go back into the past with Suzu,
これからすぐ大事な人
so that
に
the person she loves can
目
wake
を
up.
覚ましてもらう
無理だよ
It's impossible.
世界線は
The world lines are going to
収束し
converge.
ちゃうのママや鈴
No
葉お
matter
姉ち
how
ゃんが
hard you
どん
try,
な
you
に頑
can't
張った
change
って
them.
誰にも変え
No
よう
one
がない
can.
のよ
そう
You're right.
と
Mayushi can't
まゆ
change
し
them.
じゃ
Then,
でもね
but you know
オ
Ocarine
カリンは
can.
別なオカリンには
Ocarine has
未
the
来
power
を
to
変
change
え
the
る
future.
力があるそのオカリンを
And even Mayushi can go back to that day and give
あ
him a
の
little
日のオ
push.
カリンのチャンスは
That day is our
あ
only
の日
chance.
だけだから
うまくいくわ
It
けない
won't work.
Kagari grabbed Mayuri's arms, but she just smiled. Sadly.
それでも
Even if it doesn't,
まゆしは
Mayushi wants to see him again.
もう一法院今
Hyoma
日
Hewing. I want to see my
私の
Hikoboshi
彦
again.
星様に
そんな
No.
でも
But she knew this
本
was
当は
coming.
分かってた
Ever since the day she got her memories back, Kagari's life had been truly happy. She lived every day in the peaceful Japan, with no war, and with Mayuri and the rest of the lab. Hmm. Every day shined like a jewel, and she thought it would last forever. But she known what that look in Mayuri's eyes had meant. She known why even when everyone was having fun, Mayuri always seemed kind of sad.
私は
What about me?
私は
What happens
ど
to
うなる
me?
のもし
If Uncle
オカリン
Ocarine
おじ
does
さんが
reach
シュタイン
Steins
ズゲー
Gate,
トへたそこでは
maybe the
戦
war
争
won't
は起
happen,
きないそうすれば
and maybe a
た
lot
く
of
さん
people
の
will be
人は
saved.
救われるかだけど
But then,
そしたら
then I
私は
won't be able to meet you.
ママと会
そんなこと
That's not true.
どの未来でだ
No
っ
matter what the
て
future holds, I'm going to meet you.
まゆしその世界では
In that
かが
world,
り
you
ち
might
ゃん
not be
は
alone.
一人じゃ本当のお
You
父
might
さ
have a
ん
happy
とお
life with your
母
real
さん
mom
が
and
い
dad.
てでも
But even if you do, I'll still come see you.
それでね
And then we can really,
かがり
be
ちゃん
really,
と
really, really good
とって
friends.
も仲良しになるだから
So you don't need to worry
か
about
がり
things.
ちゃんは
私
You
も
and
マ
I
マも
might forget about each
お互い
other.
のことを忘れち私のことを
How can
覚
you
えてい
come
ない
find
の
me
に
if you don't remember me?
絶対無理だよ
It's impossible.
うん
Nope. Mayushi
Mayushi
will know who you are.
なんで
How?
そんな
How can you be sure?
だってね
Because
それが
guess that's fate.
運命だ
Hmm.
まゆしとかが
The
りちゃん
bond
の
between Mayushi
絆
and
は
Kagari won't be broken by
どん
anything.
なことだから
So even if we lose our memories, Mayushi will come
今
find you.
の記憶が
Mommy,
Tears like pearls fell from Mayuri's eyes, but she kept smiling at Kagari anyway. And for the first time, Kagari realized how strong Mayuri Shino really was. She realized even if Mayuri didn't, how tough and strong her will was. This girl who seemed so small and fragile believed in the power of the future more than anyone in the world.
じゃ
Okay, I'm going to go.
あそろそろ行くね。
Mayuri was about to get in the time machine. She could see Mayuri's legs shaking with each step up the ladder she took. She couldn't let this happen. It would just end up like that day in 23-6. Yukari couldn't take that anymore.
Wait!
Kagari clung to Mayuri's body.
ママを
I won't let you go to the
ここになん
past.
て行かせないママの代わりに
I'll go instead.
私が行く
Kagari grabbed the phone that Mayuri was holding and then pulled down on her hand. Mayuri lost her balance and fell off the ladder. And Kagari leapt inside.
かがり
Kagari,
お
are
前
you
正気
crazy?
か
Kagari ignored her and leaned out of the hatch to smile down at Mayuri.
Mommy,
オカリンおじさんは
I'll take care of Uncle
私が何
Ocream.
とかしてだから
So just wait there. Kagari!
鈴葉お姉ちゃん
Big Sis, Big Sis,
口を閉めて
close the hatch.
いいのか
You're sure? Yeah,
わかった
Alright. The hatch started to close. Mayuri was staring up at Kagari in shock.
かがりちゃん。
Kagari. Mommy, I'll always love you.
ママのことずっと愛して過去も
In
今
the
も
past, in the present, and in the future.
And then the hatch closed. She couldn't see her beloved mother anymore. She wiped away the tears, sat down in the passenger seat, and strapped herself in. Suzuha sat in the main seat and grinned.
まさか
I didn't think I would be doing this with you
もう
twice.
一度お前と一番最初に
You've just gone back to the first time, is all.
最初とは大違い
This is nothing like the first time.
あの
You were
時のお
sobbing
前
like a
は
baby
ピーピ
then.
ー泣いて鈴葉お姉ちゃんだって
You were crying a little,
Choppy
too,
like
Big
a
Sis Suzuha.
そう
You're
だ
right.
な行くよ
Let's go,
Kagari.
Kagari. To the past. Okay.
Suzuha tapped at the console and the whole seat started to shake. At the same time, a pale light began to shine from within the machine. The time travel was beginning. There was no guarantee it would work. She might never see Mayuri again. But she swore that she would make this succeed. As the daughter of Mayuri Shina,
探し物一つ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
no matter how far apart they were, that song would connect them together. And there's another ending. I'm gonna quickly mute just in case it gets a copyright strike again. So that, oh, and of course the music's like an actual musical variant of the song that she was just singing, with a piano and all. But yeah, that is yet another ending done. That is the recursive Mother Goose ending, also known as the Kagari ending. Now, we're only at 2 hours of streaming today, but that feels a little short for me. And I don't know how long the other ending is, but we'll start going down it. If we can get the other ending done today, then technically speaking, we might be able to just make it so that the next episode could be like either the finale or at least close, because as again, in order to get the true ending of this game, you have to get the next ending that I'm about to get. An ending. Well, you know what? I'll wait to say the title that the guide says. But, man, they really make every ending in this game and series really good, don't they? I'm really curious though to see what's the true ending of this game gonna be. Considering the true ending of the first game is different, I'm really curious to see what they're gonna do for the true ending of this game. At the very least, it's going to be a lot easier to get the true ending of this game because it's nothing like the first game where you have to like answer specific text messages with specific answers to get the true ending. All it is a matter of get one ending in a different path, then go back to another path, do the ending there, and you'll get the true ending instead. So, thankfully, it's a lot more simple. Well, and it's probably not going to require us to have to go through the entire game again just to get one ending. And I don't think I've forgotten about how I had to get the Kagari and Mayuri endings in the first game by or how I had to get the Mayuri ending in the first game by going through the entire game again without answering any messages from Kurisu. Alright, now I think I can turn back on the audio. Alright. So yeah, that's the Kagari ending. Recursive Mother Goose. New item, wallpaper. Before we jump into going towards the other ending, let's look at what it looks like here in the clear list. It's the first ending here. Okay. I'm actually kind of surprised it's the first ending there. I would have thought that'd be reserved for the true ending somehow, but I'm going to make an assumption. I'm going to assume that the true ending is probably going to be next to the Vega and Altair ending, and that the next ending we're going to get is probably next to Twin Automata. I might be completely wrong, but that's the assumption I'm going to make. Anyways, as I said, we're not ending here for today. That'd be too short a stream for me. So, let's go ahead and jump straight back into the anatomic duel. So before, in order to get the ending that we just got, we had to ignore the phone call, but we need to answer it right away now. Answer it. The phone I pressed against Kagari's head stopped ringing, and in that moment, the world changed. What the? No! Don't like that! No! Oh no. We don't even get to look at what the change number is. Oh, you're kidding. We're off to a bad start! I was inside a deep black darkness. There was no sound. No temperature. Just darkness. Cold and silence. No one was here. I didn't even know if I was asleep or awake. There was nothing but a vague sense of presence. Nothingness. Nothingness spreading out to infinity. Huh? What was I doing? Wasn't I... Hey, Okabe. Oh, God. If you keep lying there, you'll catch a cold. Huh? I turned towards the voice. Standing there next to the open curtains of the development room was... Why are you back? What? Oh, there you are, Kurisu. Wait, what? Promise Renacimento? This is the Kurisu ending. What do you mean, there you are? I've been here the whole time. Have you? Yep, yesterday and the day before. I've been here a long time. It did seem that way, come to think of it. My head seemed like it was full of fuzz. But I wasn't sleepy or tired or anything like that. My mind was very awake. But something was missing. Something important. Hey, where are Daru and Mayuri? Are you really okay? Did something happen to you? What do you mean? Hashida and Mayuri are right there. Look. Huh?
Ocarine!
Oh, something's very wrong here. Why is everyone reverted to their old selves?
How
could you miss somebody as big as me, Ocarine? Oh, that's right. Daru and Mayuri were always here, weren't they? No, it wasn't just them.
Kyoma, you doing okay now? I'll use my key charms to make you feel better now. Kyoma, if there's anything I can do to make you feel better, just tell me.
There's some Lukako too. And... What's that?
I'll make you a special juice from the edible grasses I found in area, Rintaro Okabe.
私も
I'm here too,
いるよ
Okabe. Are we back in the Alpha World line? No, something seems wrong here. If this was the Alpha World line, then Mayuri would be dead. So and Moeka. All the lab members were in the lab, like they always were. What happened? That's right. This was my daily life. This was how I spent every day.
ふむ
It appears everyone has
全
arrived.
員いるようだでは
Therefore, we shall now begin the 6536th roundtable. Are you ready? Oh no, we have
お
gone,
前たち
we have changed. Oh no. Oh, I see the problem. There are two big problems. First of all, we've probably changed the convergence number or whatever, the divergence number, way more than 1% at this point, haven't we? And not to mention the fact that this is probably the worst case scenario. Okabe doesn't remember. This is the first time reading Steiner hasn't worked and made Okabe remember things. So what's going on?
まったくいつも
You're always
いつも
so
暑苦
loud.
しいわね
お前
And you need to wipe that self-satisfied expression right off your face, assistant.
だから
I keep telling you, I am not your assistant.
オカリンとクリスチャン
Akari and
は
Chris are always such good
いつも
friends.
仲良
イチャイチャしやがって
You're the perfect couple, now go
リア充爆
explode.
発し
ちょっと橋田
Wait, Hashida, I am not in a relationship with this guy.
仲がいい
They say the closer you are, the more you fight, yeah.
羨ましい
I am jealous.
漆原ルカも一
You
緒
should join
に
the
イチャ
fun,
イチャすればいい
Urashibara.
じゃん
What? I couldn't. I just couldn't.
いちゃいちゃ
Fun.
ねえお前た
Stop
ち
wasting time, guys. We're starting the meeting.
ね
So, what are we
今日
talking
の
about
議題は何
today?
なんだ
そんなものは
What
決
else?
ま
Our
っている
topic for today is...
今日の議題は
What?
議題は
Our topic...
岡部
Okabe? Something was wrong.
オカリン
Ocarine?
Everything seemed the same, but...
どうしたん
What's wrong, Ocarine? That's right. It was cold.
今日も
Kyoma?
I didn't feel it.
京馬さん
Kyoma? No emotions.
岡部倫太郎
Rintaro Okabe?
No warmth.
岡部
Okabe. Everyone was here. But it was cold and dark. Cold. Cold.
岡部くん
Cold, 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 cold.
岡部倫太郎
It was so cold it felt like the marrow of my bones was going to freeze.
京馬さん
Like my bones were made of ice. Like all the blood in my body had been replaced with mercury.
おかり
It was cold. It felt like I was going to freeze at any moment. What was this?
オカリン
Where was this place? Where was I?
岡部
I... What? Where was I? What was I doing? I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. It looked like I was lying on the bed. And a very hard one at that. I slowly looked around. It wasn't the lab, and it wasn't my room. The room was old and gloomy. Of course, I'd never seen it before. What was I doing here? There was a terrible pain in my head, like someone had jammed an electrode into my brain. I tried to raise my hand as I lay there, but it was too heavy. It was like all the joints in my body had frozen. It took all my strength to slowly sit up. Each time I moved a little, my muscles screamed and pain ran through my whole body. After several minutes, I finally succeeded in sitting on the edge of the bed and looking down. I realized I was wearing a white gown like hospital patients wore. There was some kind of equipment on my head, and the cables coming out of it were connected to a strange machine. What happened to me? Just a moment ago, I was... That's right. Kagari. Karisa's memories had been downloaded in Kagari's head. We tried to erase them by overriding them with Kagari's own memories. And then... That's right. I remember now. The world line had shifted right after that. What had happened then? I tried to remember, but it was like my mind was filled with fog. For now, I needed to figure out where I was. I took off the headgear and got out of bed. And collapsed. This didn't make sense. Was I just dizzy after all that was going on in my head? I tried to stand up again. I couldn't get any strength in my legs. I kept standing up and falling over, and in the end I was only able to get up by grabbing the side of the bed. How could standing on my own 2 feet be so exhausting? Was I sick with some terrible disease? And then maybe I'd been in bed for several days. I somehow managed to drag my weak legs to the door. It was bizarrely heavy. Or maybe it was just seemed that way to me. It only opened after I put my full weight on it. The door was locked, but it seemed to be the kind that could be opened from the inside. I walked down the dark hallway, leaning up against the wall for support. At the end of the hall were stairs. I clung to the railing and slowly walked up them. At the end of the stairs, I found a hatch. Using my full strength of my back, I was just barely able to get it open. I was inside an old building. I walked down the crumbling hallway, still clueless as to what was going on, and finally found the door to the outside. Exhausted, I staggered outside, and I saw World War III. Yep. I had a feeling, but I was hoping. Mountains of shattered rubble.
なんだ
What the heck?
これ
Rows of destroyed, abandoned buildings. Exposed, twisted steel girders. At first, I thought it was a movie set, but it was all far too realistic for that. The walls, the windows, the ceilings, everything was destroyed. Little bits of rubble covered the ground. There were cracks in the asphalt on the road, making it impossible to walk straight. And it wasn't just directly in front of me. I spun around a full 360 degrees and saw the same scene everywhere. I smelled oil. I smelled something burning. I looked up to the sky. It was dark and gloomy. I thought it might just be cloudy, but something else seemed to be going on. I could see the hazy outline of the sun beyond the black curtain that covered the sky. A violent pain in my throat made me cough. I quickly covered my mouth with the sleeve of my gown. My eyes stung. I tried once more to calm down and see if I could remember what happened, but I had no luck. All I knew for sure was that there had been a world line shift when I deleted Karisu's memories from inside Kagari. The memories held by Amadeus Karisu. And the memories implanted in Kagari. Maybe when whoever owned them changed, that is, whoever held Karisu's time machine theory, the world line changed with it. And this was another altered world line. Which meant what I was seeing was... I saw what looked like an ash-covered stick poking out of the ground in the corner of my eye. I slowly went to take a closer look. It was sticking out of the rubble, and at the tip it split into 5 smaller branches. It was a hand. It was a human hand that had been scorched pitch black. terrible feeling came rising up out of my stomach. Suddenly, I thought I saw something move. Someone was there. Where? I listened carefully to try and pick them out. The other side of that building. I could hear some kind of sound from over there. Someone there? If there was, maybe they could tell me what the hell was going on. Trying my best not to make any sound, I peeked through the walls of the crumbling building. They were there, alright. There were people there. Lots of them. But they weren't people anymore. They were just human-shaped wads of meat, piled up into a mountain. And on top of the mountain was a pack of dogs. Something long and slick was hanging out of the dog's mouth. Intestines. They were eating them. They were eating the bodies. The stench was horrible. The sound of the flies was overwhelming. It was like something out of hell. My gaze met the vacant eyes of one of the bodies. One of its eyes fell out, and black insects crawled out of the empty socket. I ran away. I ran as fast as I could, stumbling toward on failing legs. Somewhere. Was there somewhere around here that was sane? No matter how far I went, it was the same thing. Mountains of rubble. Rows of abandoned buildings. All I could see were the dead. There were no living humans. And then I found it. There were rows of huge buildings which all looked as if they were about to fall over. The roads were full of cracks. There was a warped overpass sticking out of the ground. A few rows of iron and railroad ties. I knew it. I knew this place. It was only a shadow of its former self, but I knew it. It was Hakihabara. Which meant... What happened to the lab? Where was Mayuri? Where was Daru? Where was Ferris? What about Lukaku or Suzuha? What happened to Maho and Kagari? Just as I ran toward the lab to find out, I heard footsteps behind me. Rough footsteps stomping over the rubble. More than one set. They got louder and louder, and soon I saw them coming towards me from between the crumbling buildings. There were 3 of them. They each had assault rifles in their hands.
You, what are you doing there?
When they saw me, they all pointed their guns at me. There was so much I wanted to ask them. There were things I wanted to know. But the only thought that came to me was that I need to get away. But even as I tried to turn and run, my body refused to listen.
Don't move.
They must have sensed I was about to flee because one of them yelled. Holes appeared in the concrete at my feet. They shot at me. They really shot at me. They shot at me with real guns. If I'd been just a little closer, they would have hit me. I was too scared to stand. The men got closer, still holding the guns. Run. You have to run. It was like my body belonged to someone else. It wasn't listening to me. Men kept getting closer. And then... there was another sharp noise. One of the men collapsed to the side. He hit his head on the rubble and stopped moving. The other 2 waved their guns around, clearly confused as to what just happened. You're in the way. Something dragged me to the ground. And then more gunshots. The 2 of them fell backwards, still holding their weapons, at almost the exact same time. They died. Right in front of me. Someone had died. I could do nothing more than sit there and watch as the silhouette moved in front of me. Are you trying to get killed? Is this Suzuha? I looked up, and the person I saw was... It's you. Suzuha,
ほら
come on.
い
How
つ
long
ま
are you
で
just
ボケ
gonna
っと
sit
座
there?
っているつも
Did you kill them?
何を生っ
What
ちゃ
kind
ろ
of
いこと言
stupid
って
question
る
is
んだ
that?
お前
It was a colder voice than I'd ever heard.
お前
You're Suzuha, right?
鈴葉
Her iron
Dial
massive
now.
expression suddenly changed to surprise. But that was only for a moment. A second later, then the fierceness of her turn.
お前
Who are you?
何者だ
Is she really not?
俺のこと
You don't know who I am?
知らないのか
Did the change in the world I mean that Suzuha and I had never met?
岡部だよ
It's me, Okabe.
岡部倫太郎
Rintaro
だ
Okabe. The expression on her face changed again.
岡部
Rintaro Okabe.
倫太郎
That's
そ
impossible.
んなバカな
Two pairs of icy footsteps sounded in the darkness.
こっちだ
This way. After I'd given my name, Suzuha had stared at me suspiciously for a moment. Then she made some kind of call and told me to come with her. She made me wear a blindfold almost the entire time, though. So I had no idea where I'd gone or where I was.
止まれ
Stop. I did as she said. When I heard the knock, I finally realized we were in front of a door.
君に萌え萌え
Moi moi for you.
バッキュンキュン
Akin kin.
入れ
Come in. Evidently, that was the password. I could only think of one man who'd choose such a stupid password. I heard the sound of a heavily locked door opening, and at the last I saw a dimly lit room in the darkness. The room was piled high with what looked like mechanical junk. Rows of instruments lined the walls. A man was sitting in front of them, looking straight at me.
よかった
I'm so
や
glad.
っと目を
You
覚ました
finally
んだ
awake,
な
Ocarina.
オカリン
Who was this guy? How did he know my name? He must have been in his mid-40s. He was a big, broad-shouldered man with a stubby face. There was a sharp but gentle light in his eyes. I felt I could seen him somewhere before.
あの
Who are
あ
you?
なたはやだな
Oh, jeez.
You forget about me?
Even after all that's
そりゃいくらなんでも冷たいぜオカリン
But he talked. In that voice. There's only one person it could be. But that was...
まさ
Are you... Daru?
ダル
The man's face broke into a broad smile. This is what you look like in the future?
よかった
Good.
覚えてて
You
くれ
did
て
remember. I thought
て
you'd
っきり
forgotten.
忘れられたのダル
Daru, is it really you?
本当にこんなナイスガイ
Who else do you know that's as handsome as me, right, Suzuha?
せめてもうちょっと
I
痩
admit
せてく
that
れれ
if you
ば
lost a weight.
認めなく
そう言うな
Don't say that. I lost a
これで
lot
も
since I
若い
was
頃に
younger.
比べれば随分と
Indeed, the
痩せた
Daru
ん
in
だ
front of
ぜ
me was quite a bit slimmer than the Daru I knew.
というか父さん
And wait, Dad, why are you
少
talking
し言
funny?
葉遣い
僕も久
I
々
don't
にこう
usually
いう
talk like
話し
this,
方
but I
した
figured it
よ
would make things easier for
でも
Ocarina.
オカリンはこの方が
More
話しや
pressing
す
than
い
she
だろ
thought
う
was
と
his
思って
age.
さ
He was clearly a middle-aged man. The youngest I could possibly imagine him to be was his early 40s. And then I saw a shelf in the corner. I saw a man I didn't know reflected in its glass. There was another man like him, in his 40s. He was staring at me with a gloomy, sunken face. I slowly raised my right hand, and the man raised his left as if copying me.
ダル
Daru, tell me something.
一つ何でもどうぞ
Anything you want, man.
今は
What year is
何
it?
年だ
Our smile quickly became something more serious as he answered me.
2036
It's 2036.
世界
world
は
is at war.
戦乱の真っ只中だ
Daru gave me all the details.
それじゃあ
Then, this
本当に
really
今は
is the year 2036.
2036そういうこと
That's right. It seemed unbelievable. But Daru's appearance, and more than anything my own, made it undeniable. 2036. Suzuha had said that the World War III would start sometime in the next 10 years. 5.7 billion people would die, and the population of Tokyo would be dropped to a tenth of what it once was. After that, the Third World War itself would end. The chaos would continue, and even in Japan. No, everywhere around the world, battles would continue. Was that what I'd just seen?
だが
Why don't I remember any of this?
何も覚えていないん
All
だ
of my memories were of 2011. I had no memories of the past 25 years. My last memory was of erasing Kurisu's memories from Kagari's head.
それに
And Suzuha told me I would die in 2025. Why am I alive?
鈴葉か
それは私も
I
聞
want
き
to know
たい
that too, Dad.
父さん
Suzuha chimed in.
私たちはみんな
We were all told Uncle
お
Ocarine
かり
died
お
10
じ
years
さんが
ago.
10年前に死んだって聞かされてきたんだ
Suzuha leaned over him.
父さん
What's going on here, Dad? Did you lie to all of us?
もしか
落ち着け鈴
Calm
葉
down, Suzuha.
ちゃんと
I'll
説明する
explain.
から
Dara looked at me as if he was remembering old times, and then resumed his explanation.
オカリンは
Ocarine, you said you've only got memories up to halfway through January 2011, right?
Yeah, the world light changed in January 2011. That's all I remember. I got 25 years older without realizing it. That fact was starting to eat away at me.
Maybe there's some problem with your body, or maybe you're just confused. You should have memories up to the end of January 2011.
The end? Why the end of the month?
It was the end of the month when Maotan saved your memory data.
Y'all just saved my memories.
I guess you told Maotan to take memory samples from you to help with the Amadeus research, right?
I volunteered for Amadeus? And then I realized something incredible. Which means that inside my brain,
Yep, just like you guessed, your memories are the ones that were digitized in 2011.
digitized memories inside my head.
ちょっと待って
Wait,
父さん
Dad, I don't understand what's going on. How's Uncle Ocarina alive anyway?
おじさんは
You told me he died in 2025,
2025
right?
死んだって
He did, for all intents and purposes anyway.
事実上
For all intents and purposes.
That was when the race to make the time machine was at its peak. Everybody in the world wanted the paper that Kurisu Makise had written, and her memories. But at the time, Stratfor had everything she'd left behind.
Stratfor.
But even if they had it, they couldn't read it. They couldn't break the lock, you see. By the way, I was the one who built that lock in 2010. So they decided to capture someone who knew her well and get the information from them.
And that was me?
They did everything they could to think of to try and get information about Kurisu Makise out of you. When we rescued you, your mind was shattered. You'd lost the ability to ever survive on your own. You were as good as dead, and there was no chance you'd get better.
それじゃあ
Then his body was
肉体は
alive.
生きていた
That's right. Ocarina himself had given me the idea. He's starting to get worried about how they were after him.
でも
But
せ
you
め
could
て
have at least
私
told
に
me,
くらい
right?
教えて
You know what they say, right? To deceive your foes, first deceive your friends.
そんな
Suzuha seemed a little depressed. It must have come as a shock that her dad didn't trust her.
Don't be like that, Sua. Only very few people in Valkyrie know about this.
I knew the name Valkyrie. Suzuha had talked about it a lot in 2010. It was the name of Darwin Suzuha's resistance organization. An armed group of irregular... Yeah.
Let's move on. Okarine's mind was shattered and he was incapable of surviving. If we didn't do something, even his body would have died. So a few people who knew the truth have been watching over him for years in another facility.
From 2025 to 2036. 11 years without letting anyone find out. You need nutrients to keep your body alive. And since I was in bed the whole time, my joints would have gone stiff and friction against the bed would have caused my skin to split open. Someone had watched over me the whole time to keep that from happening. Was it Mayuri?
Not just Mayushi. There's San and Lukashi, and Maotan too.
They were alive. Mayuri, Ferris, and Lukako. Even in this terrifying world, they were still alive and still looking after me. They had been in for years.
Hey, Dara.
Why did I wake up now? My memories had been digitized in 2011. If they'd known those memories existed, they could have downloaded them into me a lot earlier, right?
That's easy to explain. Until just a little while ago, we didn't know where they were. Actually, Stratfor had been holding on to your and Karisu's memory data the entire time. We just didn't know where it was. I found it 2 weeks ago. Wanna guess where it was? It'll shock you.
Where?
Right next to us the whole time. It was at our college.
No way. Tokyo Denki.
They had a base in the basement. Not that there's much of anything left there now.
Stratfor had a base in the basement of Tokyo Denki.
So 2 weeks ago, we managed to salvage your memory data and download it into your brain.
For the next 10 days, I hadn't woken up. And just as they were about to give up, I'd finally woken up. After 25 years. 25 years. I stared at my hands. They were so thin I could almost see the bone, and I could see the veins popping out of them. The face reflected in the glass was unhealthy and wrinkled. My hair was starting to turn white too. So I woke up after 25 years. I'm just like Urashima Taro.
I can understand that it'll take a while to process it.
Of course it was a shock. But the most shocking thing was, these memories were once data, huh? My memories since I was a kid. My memories of that summer. My memories with Kurisu. All of them had been transformed into zeros and ones. Could you still say that I was a person? Could I still be called human?
But it's the same as Maki says he's time loop technology, right? You went through that a bunch of times, didn't you?
He was right. But even if I knew it in my head, it still felt strange. I'd been cut off from 25 years of time. It had all been forgotten and left behind in a digital world. It felt like it had been stolen from me.
I still can't accept this.
Oh, don't say that, Sua.
You're lucky, Dad. You made us deceive the whole world that way.
I didn't have a choice.
Deceived, huh? I'd been deceived too. I'd been told I was fated to die in 2025. And that even in the beta world line, that wouldn't change. But no matter how it had happened, I was alive right now. Even in the past, I'd been deceived by the future. And it wasn't just me. Zua and everyone else. The whole world had been deceived. The world was deceived. And then there was a knock on the outside of the door. There was a visitor, it seemed. Zua got close to the door. Moe cute for you. Makyun kyun. After hearing the world's most ridiculous passwords, Zua unlocked the door. It opened and a young girl came in.
Uncle Daru, big sis Suzua. Kagari, I told you not to come here unless you had a reason.
Kagari. This child was a young Kagari.
Sorry, but Mommy and everybody else left and they haven't come back yet.
No, don't get so mad.
You're spoiling her again, Dad. You need to be strict at times like this.
The way they interacted hadn't changed in 25 years. I ignored them and looked at Kagari. And she seemed to notice me too.
Hello.
Hello.
Who are you, mister?
Me? I know. I'm a friend of your mother's. I hesitate for a moment, but decide not to give her my name.
A friend of Mommy Mayuri's?
Yeah, that's right.
Huh.
Is your mommy nice?
Yep.
Do you like her?
Yep, I love her.
I see. I could see the love she felt for her mother radiating from her face. Mayuri must have raised her with a lot of love too. She'd been raised with everything Mayuri could give her. But after this, she was going to go to the past. She would be all alone in the past, separated from her beloved Mayuri. And then they would catch her and use her as a test subject.
Hey, Dad. Did you tell Big Sis Maya that Uncle's up?
Oh no, I forgot. I need to do that.
He took out what looked like a small wireless radio.
This is Barrel Tiger. Come in. This is Barrel Tiger.
This is Stardust Handshake. Over.
The voice I heard from the speaker was definitely Mayuri's. It felt a lot calmer than what I was used to, but it was definitely Mayuri. Wait, What was Stardust's handshake?
Mommy! Oh, Kagari, you're with Uncle Daru. Yep. He's busy with something important, so don't bug him too much, okay? Okay.
Anyway, Maishu, I've got special news for you.
Special news.
Yep, you ready for this? Okarin's awake.
Really? Okarin's really... What's wrong? I'm Mayushi. Okarin's... Did Okabe wake up? Really? Okarin's awake, yeah.
I heard one voice I knew after another coming from the radio. The voices didn't seem to have changed at all that much.
So I want you three to come back right now. Mayushi? What's wrong, Mayushi?
It's no good. She's crying too much to talk.
Well, I can see why. She wanted Okarin back more than anyone.
Mayuri.
Anyway, you should get back here as soon as possible.
Got it. We'll come back as soon as we got provisions.
Everyone else was overjoyed, but I saw that Suzua's expression was clouded.
What's wrong, Suzuha?
Why are you guys going out to get food? I wasn't planned for today.
Huh?
Sure it was. We got a message last night that I was today. No, it's a trap. Everyone get back here now.
A scream from the speaker cut her off.
What's wrong? What happened? We're under attack. The enemy... Damn it. Look up, Bears. Run. I'll hold them off. But if we do that,
I'll be fine.
Hurry. No, Luca! Dad!
Right.
It's happening. Suzu started running and Daru followed after her. Wait, Daru! I'm going too.
Okarin, in your condition.
Let me go, please. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded and offered me his shoulder. He was a little thinner than when he was younger, but his shoulder was still gigantic. I put my weight on him as we followed Suzuha. When we finally got there, I saw several silhouettes. I'd been mentally preparing myself for a fierce battle. The whole place was dead quiet. There were several men dressed like soldiers lying on the ground nearby. In front of them was Suzuha. Kneeling next to her were two women. And at their feet... Lukaku. I could tell at a glance. The person lying there was Lukaku.
Okarin.
The two women looked up at me.
Okarin. Lukanyan. Lukanyan.
Mayuri and Ferris both seemed beaten down by the passage of time.
Okabe.
His features had grown more gallant, but his face was still soft and feminine. Lukaku looked at me with hazy eyes. Lukaku!
Is it really you, Okabe?
Yes, Lukaku. It's me.
You call me Lukaku. It really is you.
A single trail of blood dripped from Lukaku's mouth. His outfit was stained with blood over his right breast, and the blood dripped over onto the ground. I knew immediately that the wound was fatal.
I'm glad what I just heard was true.
Yeah. Thanks to you, I was able to wake up. Thank you. Lukaku's hand reached up towards the sky as if he was looking for something. Maybe he couldn't even see me anymore. When I grabbed his hand, it was very cold.
Okabe.
What?
I did it.
Yeah.
Thanks to the sage and Zama school you taught me, I was able to protect Mayuri and everyone else.
Yeah.
I'm one of you guys now, right? I'm really one of you now, aren't I?
Idiot. You were always one of us. Lukako reached out a cold hand and touched my cheek, and smiled a dazzling smile. That makes me happy. That's all he said. And then, the touch on my cheek disappeared. Lukako! Lukako! Luka! Cold hand fell to the rubble-covered ground. I never moved again. How could this happen?
I'm glad. Lukako always wanted to see Ocarine. I'm glad he got to see him in the end.
Glad. He was glad. After this, Ryra's words made me realize how hellish the last 25 years I'd slept through must have been. Luka Urushibara, you fought splendidly. You saved us. Please, rest in peace. It's just... It's not fair! Where's Mayushi?
She cried herself and went to sleep.
I can understand that. She and Lukashi were good friends.
But look at
Lukako is dead. He died protecting Mayuri and Varus. In my mind, his death overlapped with Mayuri's. Mayuri's hands got colder, and so did Lukako's. It was the same no matter where I went. Mayuri, Lukako, and Kurisu. Everyone dies.
A lot of people died after that war started. All our friends from elementary school, all our friends from middle school and high school, all our friends from college, our relatives, our teachers, people we knew, kids, adults, even the people we loved. So many people. So many people died.
I knew this was coming. At least I thought I knew. If I didn't reach Steins Gate, if I stayed in the Beta World line, the world would eventually burn. I'd heard it 1,000 times. And I thought I knew what the future would be like. In the end, it was just a story about the distant future. It didn't feel real at all. I could only imagine it. All I had were vague, unrealistic ideas. All the thousands of nightmares I'd experienced. I thought nothing could be worse than that. But when I saw it with my own eyes, heard it with my own ears, and felt it with my own skin, I realized that everything I thought was wrong. Piles of bodies, wild dogs devouring human corpses, dead soldiers, the smell of burning flesh, the smell of rotting organs, the warmth of Lukako's blood in my hands, the warmth of Mayuri's blood, the warmth of Kurisu's blood. I thought that if nothing else, I'd managed to save Mayuri. I'd let Kurisu die, turned my eyes away from reality, and told myself that I'd at least save Mayuri and the others. But in the end, I hadn't saved anyone. Even if I had, I only saved myself. I was the only person I managed to save. No one else. Not Kurisu. Not Mayuri. Not Kagari. Not Lukako. I hadn't saved anyone.
It is Creasy from the bonds of Amadeus. A message from you in the year 2025.
A message for myself?
The path to Steins Gate is a hard one. Trying again once or twice won't get you. It probably won't get you there. But I think starting there is the best way to get to it. I think that many futures are connected to the past. That's what you said 11 years ago.
Release Kurisu.
So this world we're in isn't wasted. It's a world that we need. At least that's what I think. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm okay with things as they are.
Daru.
So, Ocarina, why not go back and think about it? To the moment when your memories got cut off.
It's 2011. But that's not... I can see my aged body in the glass. And anyway, even if I did go back, what could I do?
You can do it.
Oh! I heard a voice I recognized from the radio.
It's been a while, Okabe. 11 years, I think.
Hyojo.
Look in the back of the room.
As if he'd known what she was going to say, Daru had moved to a spot in the back of the room where the lights didn't reach. Suddenly it got brighter, and I saw... the phone wave.
I made this after hearing about it from you and Hashida. See? It's got a VR headset, too.
I've got a lifter ready too. I thought this might happen.
Daru went on to explain that for the last 11 years he'd maintained an environment where I could receive the time leap, even in a coma. It made sense. Even if I was in a coma, as long as they put the receiver up to my head, it would still function. Mayuri and the others had taken care of my body since 2025. So Daru and Maro had known that this day would come 11 years ago? Or maybe I just told them so, back in 2025.
Our improvements now means that it's possible to go back in time 336 hours.
336 hours. 2 weeks.
But that'll only get you part of the way back. We made the modifications to the machine about 10 years ago, so beyond that you'll only be able to go about 48 hours at a time.
In other words, if I wanted to go back to the end of January 2011, I need about 3,000 time leaps.
It's going to be a long and painful journey, but if you're still up for it...
Almost 3,000 time leaps. Was I really capable of something like that anymore?
If you get tired, you can rest part way.
Daru.
Don't worry. No matter what year it is, we'll always be with you.
Hyojo.
You know, I've got a lot of regrets. Thanks to Amadeus, even after her death, a lot of people tried to use her for evil. For years. For decades. So, I want your help too. Release her. Release Kurisu from that ugly spiral of greed. Save Kurisu. You're the only one who can.
I didn't know if I could do it anymore. There was no guarantee that the path I was about to travel would ever lead to Steins Gate. But even so... maybe I should think it over again. What could I do? What should I do? Alright, guys. I'm in.
Okie dokie.
As soon as I heard the words out of his mouth, he started getting ready.
Okabe. If you ever see Kurisu, tell her that, in the future, I beat her time leap record 7 times over.
Got it. If I ever saw Kurisu.
Ocarina, I'm all set.
That was fast.
I've always kept it maintained.
I figured you would.
I bet.
The foam wave and the VR headset. They looked a little different than what I'd seen in the old lab, but they were still our future gadgets.
Oh, but are you sure you don't want to talk to Big Sis Mayu and the others?
If I don't go now, I think my resolve is going to weaken. And even if I don't want to see them now, I'll be able to see them whenever I want in the past. That's right.
That's right.
Dara smiled as I took the VR headset out of his hand and put it to my head.
それじゃあ
Alright,
また
see you 2 weeks ago.
ああ
Yeah,
2週間
see
前
you
で
2 weeks ago.
Hang in there.
And then, I jumped back into the past once more. It took a long, long time. The journey was unimaginably long. 2036, 5, if 2011. I looked at the phone I was holding in my hand. The date read January 31st, 2011. No doubt about it. I was back. I had finally made it back. I'd gone back through so many years. I'd done thousands of time leaps. Gone through the war. I'd almost died. I thought of giving up a bunch of times. But each time I'd remember it all. That ruined world. The piles of corpses. The screams. The shouting. The dripping blood. And Daro and Maho. How'd they sent me off? After a long, unimaginably long time, I'd finally made it back to this time.
Ocarine, did you get some bad news or something?
Huh?
You've been kind of spacing out since you picked up the phone.
No, that's not it. That's not
そうじゃ
it.
ない
Mary was here.
そういうわけじゃないんだ
Are you still thinking about New Year's, Meow? Meowby?
Ferris was here.
しっかりして
Get
くれ
on
よな
yourself, man. And Daro. And Lukaku. And Suzuha. And... Kagari. Maho and Kagari were here too.
もしかして
Are you feeling tired after what we did earlier?
この前
Earlier.
ほら
You know, when we took the samples of your memories from Arias?
Oh, right. Daro had mentioned that. He said it was at the end of January.
あいや
No, that's it.
そうじゃない
It's
んだ
just, you know,
かがり
Kagari.
What is it, Ocarine?
この時代に生きて
You
から
still
の記
can't
憶
remember what happened since you came to this time.
まだ思い出せない
Huh? Yeah.
そうか
I see.
どうしたの
Why do you ask?
なんでもない
No reason. I just want to make
ただ
sure.
少し確かめた
何そ
What?
れ
You're being weird, Ocarine.
Since I come from the future, I knew. In this world line, Karisu's memories no longer existed inside Kagari's head.
でも私ね
But it really doesn't bother me anymore, though.
だって
I mean, Mommy's here, and Luke is here, and Big Sis Rumi is here too. And there's lots of food too, so maybe I don't need to force myself to
食べ物だっ
remember.
ていっぱい
そうか
I see. Maybe that was fine for now. But the future was going to be filled with sorrow. For Mayuri. For Ferris. For Lukaku. For Daru. For Zua. For Kagari. And for Maho. Did I really make the right choice when I decided to let Karisu die? After everyone had left and I was alone, all the exhaustion came crashing down on me. I time leaped 3,000 times. I thought I'd be able to work things out in my head along the way, but I've been so desperate to return to the past that I hadn't the time. My mind was worn down after all the time leaps. I thought I'd made my decision, but I'd found myself wavering again and again. I'd only managed to do it by telling myself that I had to get back before I could make any decisions. And now my head just felt so tired. What should I do now? What should I do? For now, I didn't want to think about anything, but I felt too awake to even sleep. With everyone gone, the temperature in the lab quickly dropped. It was freezing. But it was nothing compared to the cold I'd felt before. That world I'd seen right before I'd erased Karisu's memories from Kagari. Karisu was there. Mayuri was there. Everyone was there. Just seen from that very brief peace I'd had during that summer. But that world line had been so cold. And now I knew why. That was the world that I'd experienced when I was asleep. Existing only as data. A world built only of ones and zeros. Like being alive. Even when you're dead. Or being forced to stay alive. Even though you were dead. The people I loved were there, but there was no warmth. I could reach out and touch them, but there wasn't even a little bit of warmth. It was like floating in deep, dark space, without any light at all. And Kurisu Makise was now experiencing that too. She was all alone in a cold world without the slightest trace of warmth. I raised my hand up under the fluorescent light. I could see the veins rising up and out of it, the red blood flowing in them. I was alive. There was warmth. Could I really say that I was alive? Now that my memories had been digitized, after being exposed to that cold world, could I still really be called human? I heard a knock at the door and turned my eyes towards it. Ma was standing there. Hyajo, I thought you went home.
I forgot something.
Forgot something.
Anyway, what are you doing here all by yourself?
Mao saw no signs of looking for whatever she had lost. Instead, she came right up and sat down in front of me.
You've had that pensive look on your face for a long time now. Is something bothering you?
Maybe she'd been worried enough to come back to check on me.
I can't take Kurisa's place, but I can still talk to you if you want.
Hyajo. There's no need to worry about whether I could tell her or not. I needed her to make the time leap machine. And for that, she needed to hear everything. It's not exactly easy to believe, but will you listen to me anyway?
Jeez, what's your problem?
That was the first thing she said after I finished. Just like last time, it wasn't something that was easy for her to believe. But Mama must have sensed something in the way I spoke, because she listened until I finished. She interrupted me whenever there was something she didn't understand. She was especially interested in the time machine and the time leaps. I told her everything I knew about them. Will you believe me?
I don't have a choice after seeing the look on your face. And after seeing this too.
Hyajo.
This answers something I'd always wondered about. Kurisu had died only a short while after coming to Akihabara. Could you really have gotten to know her in that short span of time? Especially knowing how she is, right? I thought something must have gone on for her to get so close to a boy that fast.
That was it, she whispered to herself.
And so what's on your mind?
I turned away from her.
Okabe?
Am I... me?
What do you mean?
You heard what I said, right? My memories were turned into data and stored on a hard drive. You could call them artificial memories if you wanted. Can you really say that I'm me anymore? Can you really say that I'm alive? There's blood running through my body. But what was in my head had been changed into zeros and ones. Didn't that make me no different than Amadeus?
That's what's bothering you? That's stupid.
The Mao just laughed at my worries.
Have you heard of the philosophical zombie?
Philosophical... A thought experiment proposed by philosopher David Chalmers to explain qualia. Qualia are individual sensory experiences like red, a good smell, or sweet. A philosophical zombie is someone whose external experience, internal structure, and words and actions mirror humans, but who lacks these qualia. In this case, we would be unable to distinguish between philosophical zombies and ordinary humans. It's a thought experiment, right? Something that looks and behaves just like a human but lacks consciousness and emotions, and whether or not you could objectively distinguish it from a human. I hesitated a little as I answered her sudden question.
Well, that's basically right.
She nodded, satisfied like a teacher would do.
Then let's say right here there was an AI that looks just like a human. It looks like a human and acts just like one too. When someone's in trouble, it reaches out to help them, and when it's sad, it cries. Maybe those are just pre-programmed processes, but humans are no different. Everyone thinks and reacts in accordance with their own individual processes.
In that case, clearly the whole, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, if it looks like a duck, Well, must be a duck.
私たちは
We just happen to call these processes as things processes things like consciousness and feelings.
I thought I understood what Ma was trying to say. In other words, AIs have feelings too?
At least we scientists are doing our best to create them.
She puffed out her chest with pride.
So, Okabe, do you think you're not an AI with emotions?
If they looked just like a person and thought just like them and had feelings too, they were a person. No.
Right. It's memories that make someone who they are anyway. Memories are everything people have experienced since they were born. So, Rintaro Okabe, even if your memories were once data, you got your body and your memories, you're human. You're Rintaro Okabe. Don't worry about it.
Hyajo.
And anyway, doesn't Kreese's time machine digitize data and send back in time anyway? So is there any need to worry about this now?
You know what? You're kind of right. Thinking about it now, if we've been using a time leap machine, even since the first game, then technically speaking, we would be having this conversation should have been had a long time ago, technically speaking, I guess. That was what Dara had told me in the future, too. But strangely, when she said it, it made me feel better.
Maybe Kreese would have been able to come up with a better way to put it, but...
No, that's not true. This is more than enough. Maho had given her opinion, as a brain scientist, that I was still me. There was a strength in her words, just like there had been in Karisa's when she'd driven me forward. I remembered what Maho had said before.
You're a genius, and in the end, I'm just Leary.
She'd been speaking to the memories of Karisa inside Kagari, but... Hyajo, you're not Salieri.
Huh?
You're Amadeus. That's right. I'm here. Right now. I'm alive and here in this time, not in that cold sea of black data. I'm here in this time. A light came on into darkness. My cold heart began to warm. But... Risu. She was still trapped inside that world. Inside that sterile, lifeless world that froze you to the depths of your soul. Even after her death, her memories were still alive. And there were all kinds of conspiracies forming around her living memories. Even after she lost her body, Karisu's pain continued. No, it wasn't just Karisu. Kagari and Suzuha. And in the future, Mayuri, Ferris, Lukako, and Daru too. Everyone was suffering. Everyone was miserable. But still, they tried to move forward. All I had cared about was whether Mayuri survived. I thought that even if the Third World War came, no matter what happened to the world, as long as Mayuri was happy, that was all that mattered. I tried to think that. I thought that no matter how much blood and tears awaited us in the future, as long as things were fine now, that was all that mattered. I thought I'd understood. I thought I'd understood how awful the future that Suzuha described was, and how hard Daru and Suzuha would have to fight. I thought I understood all that. Suzuha firing her gun and staining her hands with blood like it was nothing at all. Mayuri and Ferris pale and colorless. Lukako lying on the ground and never getting up again. Kagari and the others whose lives were ruined by fate. I'd see them with my own eyes and touch them with my own hands. And then I finally understood. I've been only pretending to know, so I could run away. I told myself that I was going to die in 2025 and looked the other way. 2025. I wasn't dead. Everyone just thought so. Everyone had been deceived. That's right. Deceived. Me in the past, and everyone else in the future. The world was deceived. I thought the future was settled. But a different future awaited me.
The path to Steins Gate is a hard one. Trying again once or twice probably won't get you there. But I think starting there is the best way to get to it. That's what you said 11 years ago. So, this world we're in isn't wasted. It's a world that we need. At least that's what I think.
I had no way of knowing what would make me say that 14 years from now. All I knew was that 14 years from now, I would know this day was coming. So maybe I should do what I said. If that future in 2036 was necessary, maybe a world where Karisu was released from her electronic prison was necessary too. No matter how hard the path would be, I had to take the first step. And what I needed right now was that first step. Hyajo. What? Can you help me a little more before you go back to America? Okay, but on two conditions. Conditions? First, you let me look at that time machine. And second, you're going to let me call you Ocarine. You can call, and you'll call me Maho. I don't think we're there too much, do you? There was an innocent smile on her face, the likes of which I'd never seen before. Alright, Maho. Thanks, Ocarine. When she put her small hand against mine, I felt a solid warmth.
What is it, Ocarine? Why did you call me back after I already left?
That's right. I don't live that close to here. If you wanted to talk about something, you should have said so before I left.
I called the lab members back after they'd left to go home, and they weren't happy.
So, what do you want to talk about, Ocarine? Is it something that you couldn't tell us on the phone or on the phone?
Yeah, but first, Suzuha. What? I have a question. What do you think about me? What? What do you mean?
Wait, Ocarine, you can't! Even for you, Ocarine, I'm not giving you Suzuha. I won't allow it. Never!
I ignored Dara, who seemed to have gotten the wrong idea completely and turned back to Suzuha. You've been watching me this since last summer. What have you been thinking about me? I want your honest opinion. You're sure? Yeah. To be honest, you've been pissing me off. Yeah, that was honest. I chuckled. It's not just me. Dad, and Big Sis Mayu. Oh, it's Big Sis Rumi, and Brother Luca, and Gagari. In the future, everyone suffers. They don't even know if they're going to be alive tomorrow. They might die horribly, like my mom did. And they're trying their best to survive anyway. But all you do is whine and act like you're the only person in the world with problems. When she started talking, she didn't stop. This must have been building up for a long time. Of course, I know you've been through a lot. I know you've suffered again and again until finally you couldn't go on. But you're all we have, Uncle Ocarine. She looked down, clenched her fists, and grit her teeth. If I could take your place, I'd do anything. No matter what I had to go through, no matter how much it hurt, I'd do it.
Suzuha.
But there's nothing we can do. You're the only one who can do anything. She suddenly looked up, and I could see on her face all the complicated feelings she'd been holding back. But all you do is talk about how it's impossible, or you can't do it, or you don't want to. You just whine and you won't even listen to me. I never said anything because Dad was around, but you've always pissed me off. A lot of the time, I just wanted to punch you. It probably felt good to get that off her chest.
Suzuha, you don't need to go that far.
Yeah, that's right. Ocarine understands, yeah.
I did understand. Yeah. I understood that something had to be done. Then why not do it? Do what? You want to hit me, right? Then hit me! Huh? But... No need to hold back.
Stop it. Ocarine is...
It's fine, Mayuri. This was my way of settling things. With Suzuha. With the future. And with myself. Ocarine.
Is that your fetish? I guess I won't stop you, but...
You're really sure? Suzuha took a step towards me. Yeah. I was ready.
じゃあ
Alright,
本
this is
気で
gonna
行く
hurt. Huh? No, wait, you can go easy. Yeah! Ah, shit! She hit me as hard enough to knock me across the room.
悪
Oh,
かった
sorry. I guess I put a little too much force into it.
今すごい音したわ
I
よ
just heard a really loud crunch. Are you okay, Ocarine? Everyone ran over and looked down at me. Yeah, that hurt a lot. It probably did more damage to my brain than reading Steiner or the time leaps. But... Okabe? It woke me up. I just had to do what I could. Ocarine? Is that
もしかして
Hyoma?
おかり
Ocarine?
違うぞ
No, Mayuri.
ほうい
I am Kyoma Hewing. Hyoma?
そうだ
Yes. My name is Kyoma Hewing.
ラボメン
Lab member number 1, the founder of this lab, the man who longs for chaos, the mad scientist who will upend the ruling hierarchy of the world, Kyoma Hewing. Lukaku! Right. Bring me my white lab coat. Right, okay, I mean Kyoma. Kyoma's back nya.
父
Dad,
さん
what is this?
これは
やったなす
Tetsuo! Okarine's finally ready to fight!
やる気になったのだぜ
京馬さん
Here you are,
ど
Kyoma.
うぞ
Indeed. I put my lab coat on for the first time in a very long time. It'd been sitting on the shelf in the back so long that it smelled a little moldy.
そう
That's right. This is it. This is my holy silver armor. At this moment, Kyoma Hewin has awakened. He is revived from his long slumber.
眠りから蘇った
Kagari and Maho were seeing Kyoma Hewin for the first time, and they were shocked into silence. What just happened? Did that punch drive him
ショ
crazy?
ックで分かっ重い
I remember now. Huh?
ほーいん京
Kyoma Hewin. Mommy used to
いつも
talk about him all the
言っ
time.
てたんだねいつかきっと
She said that someday Kyoma Hewin would come back to life and bring light back to our future.
照らしていや
I'm having a really hard time keeping up with all this. You, the lolly! Huh? You! I'm talking to you! Wait, you're not talking to me, are you? You're the only lolly here, aren't you? Who are you calling a lolly? I give you the honor of being lab member number 9. You shall be my servant and participate in our operations.
なんで
Why do I have to be your servant? What the hell is a lab member? Just like the name suggests, it means you're an official member of this lab. You must feel very honored. Honored? Next, Kagari Shina. You're lab member number 10. Got it? Okay. Wait, Kyoma, we don't get to be lab members now? Ferris and Lukaku seemed upset. Come to think of it, I'd made them lab members in the Alpha World line, but not this one. I never told you, but of course you're already lab members. Lukaku is number 6, Ferris is number 7, and Suzuha is number 8. Got it? Yes, sir. Yeah, yay!
よくわからない
I
けど
don't quite understand, but
了
Roger.
解した
なあオカリン
Wait, Ocarine, who's 4 and 5?
その2つに
Those two
制約
numbers
が
are
ある
reserved. For Karisu and Moeka. To be honest, I didn't like the idea of leaving Moeka as an official lab member. But in order to reach the future where that could be true, I would have to face the past right now. That was my decision. Now that everyone's here, I have something to declare. As of today, January 31st, 2011, we will begin a new operation. Our goal is to annihilate the coming future, to overturn the future of the world itself. That is our goal. Got it?
それが俺たちの目的だ。いいな。俺だ。
It's me.
これより
We will now execute our new
俺たちは
operation.
未来の俺は
My future self told me that Steins Gate waits beyond several futures.
これから導く未来が
Even if the future that awaits us is the path of thorns, it will not be useless.
分かっている。
I know. It will take an incredible amount of time to reach the door we seek.
いかなる機関
Many different organizations may rise up to stop us,
それでも俺は
but I'll start over as many times as it
やり直し
takes.
て健闘を祈ってく
Pray
れ。
for my success.
El
El Sai
Sai
Gong.
Gonglo.
Yes! Yes, the return of Hyoma. You three! After I finished my phone call, I realized that everyone was staring at me. Please don't look at me that way. I'm embarrassed to.
何
What did I just see?
これは
This is, I know, it's like a ceremony.
儀式
Ceremony. Right.
Yes, this was a ceremony. A ceremony to stop my fears from getting the best of me again.
まさかおか
Wait,
さん
Okrin, don't tell me that you did that around Friso.
I'm not Okabe, I'm Hyoma.
ふざけ
Are
てる
you
の
are you messing with me?
Motan, don't give him too much of our time. He's still trying to figure things out.
Huh.
そっか
Wow, so this is Hyoma Hyun, huh?
マさんなんだねそうだよ
That's right. He's the mad scientist of madness.
古の
And the reincarnation of an ancient alchemist, yeah. He's also the master of the Dacian Samba school.
Yes, my devoted followers. In fiction and conspiracy theories, a technology that allows for any kind of material, even the human body and soul, to be exchanged into another. However, the principle of equivalent exchange must be observed. Real alchemists exist in medieval Europe, where they tried to use chemical methods to create precious metals. The techniques they developed would become the foundation of modern chemistry. My devoted followers. Ah, it's so good to see you three.
Wow.
ダメだ父さん
Sorry, Dad. I'm having trouble keeping up with this.
ついていけない
Please don't stare at me like that. It's breaking my heart.
それで
So, what is at least
具
the
体
plan?
的に
Ahem.
まず
First, let me make something clear. Our final goal is a future where the Third World War never occurs.
第三次世界大戦の起こらない未来だ。
Just like I told myself a second ago, I didn't expect to get at the world we wanted, the Steins Gate world line, immediately. Just like I had to build up to the Beta world line little by little, I'd have to go through many pasts and many futures. And to do that, I first had to write this world line's future. This world line had lost Kurisu, and the price for that was dire indeed. But I wouldn't let the future that awaited us be so full of suffering and pain. I wouldn't let it happen. Everything had to begin with that. Even if the future before us would end up never having happened at all. That was my responsibility, since I had chosen this world.
このベータ世界
I
線におい
told
て
you
も
all through... I've been through several world line changes since
何度
coming
か
to the
世界
Beta
線の
world
変
line,
動を
right?
経験してきた。まずはその原
First,
因
we need to remove the cause of those changes.
原因って
What is it, Nya?
マキセクリスの
Kurisu
ノート
Makise's
PC と
laptop
ハー
and
ド
hard drive and her memories that are stored in Amadeus.
アマデウスに
The
残る
time
クリ
machine
スの
paper
記憶
contained on the hard drive and all her memories relating to it. All of those world line changes. It was safe to assume that they'd been caused by Stratfor and others fighting over them.
ゆえに
Thus, the final goal of our operation is to destroy Kurisu's laptop and hard drive and delete her memory data.
クリスの記憶のデータを消去する。
クリスのデー
Can't
タを
delete Kreese's memory data. You can't.
そんな本気な
Are
の
you serious?
あ
Yeah,
でも
But those memories are all we have left of her.
あの子がこの世
They
界
are
で
all we have to
私
prove
たちと
that
同
she
じ
was
時
ever
間を
here.
過ごしたっていう
I don't want to delete them.
消去なんて
I knew how she felt.
してほしくない。
Until a few days ago, I would have agreed.
だったら
Then you're okay with them
君は
being
クリスの記
misused.
憶が
それは
That's not...
俺たちのいるこの
On
世
the
界
way
線
to
に
this
至るま
world
で
line, I saw her memory start wars again and again.
それに多くの
And many
人間
people
が
have
巻き
been
込
caught
ま
up
れて
in
いる
that.
そこにいる
Kagari was just one of them. What happened to Kagari in the past several years? That probably hadn't changed in this world line. Which meant that that was just another tragedy caused by the Pandora's box that was Karisu's memories.
それに俺は
And I've experienced that
一
world
度
of
デー
data
タの中
too.
の世界を
I've
経験して
experienced
知っ
its
た
cold. That's right.
あの世界
I
の
knew.
冷たさをな
I knew how cold that world was. It was a world inside a tiny box with no past, present, or future.
それほどまでに
Do you
暗
want
く
to
冷
leave
たい世
Karisu
界
in
に
that cold, dark world
ずっとク
forever?
リスを閉じそれに
We've got proof that she
あいつが
existed
生
right
きていた
here.
という証は
I put my finger to my
俺た
head.
ち自身俺たちが覚えてい
We've
る
got
こと
what we remember. And we've got the chance to build a peaceful world where
第
a
三次
third
世界
world
大戦
war
を
never
起きない平穏
happens.
な世界へと導くそれこそが
Isn't that all the proof we
あい
need
つが
that
生
she
きてい
was
た証拠
alive?
になるんじゃないのか
Mao fell silent as the whole group turned toward her.
陳腐なセリフ
That's
ね。
really cheesy. If Krisu heard that, she'd laugh at you.
だろうな
I'm sure.
だけど
But maybe it's a cheesy cliche because
陳
it's
腐だと
true.
思えることにほど真実はあるの
Mao's
かもしれない
Mao's dark
わ
frown
ね。
became a smile.
あなたに従うわ。
I'll do what you want me to.
ありがとう
Thank you.
ダル
Daru, you've got
Karisu's
Karisu's laptop and hard drive, right?
うん
Yep, I got from Mouton and hid somewhere. It won't be easily found.
それは
As soon as we're done with
アマデ
Amadeus,
ウスの
destroy
件が終
them.
わったらすぐに破棄
本当にいい
You sure? He looked back at Mao, and this time she nodded.
ええ、
Yeah, but let me do it.
それは
OK
Okay. The problem now was Amadeus.
魔法
Maho, do you still have access to
Amadeus
Amadeus'
のある
server?
アクセ
ええ、
Yeah, I should. Hashida, can I borrow your
橋
computer?
田さん、
Oh, sure.
ちょい待ち
Just a second. Dara motioned for her to stop with one hand, then started typing something into the keyboard.
何をしてるんだにゃ
What are you doing, Darian?
一応
Just some
IP
tricks to make sure
が
our
バレない
IP
よ
isn't tracked.
厳重に細工を
Okay, go ahead.
OK どうぞ
Mao took over from Dara at the computer.
おかしいわ。
That's strange.
アクセ
can't
スで
access
きない
it.。
どういうことだ
What do you mean?
パスワードが間違
You
って
mean
る
you've
って
got the
こ
wrong
とは
password?
そんなミスす
I
るわ
wouldn't
け
make
な
that
いでしょ。
mistake. Do you know how many times
今
I've
まで
entered
何
that
度も入
password?
力してきたんだから。
Mao tried the password a few more times, but she still couldn't access the server.
Looks like my access
私
has
の
been
アクセ
revoked.
ス権限、どういうことなのこれ。
What's going on with this? I'll
ち
call
ょ
a
っと
professional.
教
The
授に電話
professor.
してみる。
Mao took her phone out and called Dr. Leskinen. She put the phone next to her ear for a moment, then frowned and put it down.
ダメ。
No good.
繋
He's
が
not
らな
picking
い。
up. She tried calling Dr. Reyes too, but that didn't work either.
もう
Jeez, what is going
どう
on
な
with
って
this
るのよ
thing?
これ。
やはり
I guess it wouldn't be that easy,
そ
huh?
う簡単にはいかないか
If Mao's access rights had been taken away, that must mean someone was about to do something.
別のアプローチ方法を
Let's try
探
another
ってみよう
approach.
ビクトルコンドリア大
Can
学
you
の
hack
サ
the
ーバー
Victor
に
Condra University
ハッキング
servers?
できるか
OK
Okay,
Just
just give me a
give me-
second.
簡単に言ってる
You're
けど。
making it sound easy.
う
Our
ち
lab
の
security
研
is
究
pretty
所のセ
tight.
キュリティ。
大丈夫だ
Don't worry, Daru's a
Daru
super
は
hacker.
それを言うな
You mean a
ら
hacker,
スーパー
man.
ハッカーな
He had broken CERN security in just 20 hours. I had absolute faith in him. Daru and Mao were staying at the screen and discussing something. He was probably asking her for details to make his hacking more efficient. I needed to do what I could while I waited. I went back into the development room and opened up a box that arrived that day. Mayuri looked over my shoulder into the box.
Oh, it's a microwave.
唐揚げは
I'm not
解凍し
using
な
it
い
to
か
heat up your
な
fried chicken, okay?
残
Too bad.
念みんながお腹空いた
I was going to make some juicy chicken number one for everyone if they were
振る舞
hungry.
ってあげようと思ったのに
First, I need to reconstruct the phone wave. After that, I'd have Maho help me make the time leap machine. On my way back from the future, I'd memorized every bit of how it worked, so it didn't take very long.
橋田さん、
Hashida,
あ
you're
なたすごい
amazing.
わ。
It was about 30 minutes later when I heard Maho's odd voice.
やったのか
Did you get it?
For a top quality actor like me, this is nothing.
スーパーハッカ
The
ーの名
name
は
Super Hacker isn't just for show, huh?
じゃあ早速
Alright, see if you can find Amadeus's data.
待って、
Hold
今
up.
開いて。
I'm opening it.
I swallowed and looked at the screen as I listened to the mouse click.
ない。
It's gone.
アマデウスも。
Amadeus,
クリ
Crease's
スの記
memories.
憶データ
All
も。
the folders that should be there are
あったは
gone.
ずのフォルダからなくなっ
すでに持ち
So
出さ
someone
れ
took it
た
already?
という待てよ
Wait. What the? I unlocked my phone and called up the home screen. Why do I have this? Amadeus' icon was still there.
なあ
Hey, do you think you can access Amadeus from this app?
アマデウ
Mao looked over at my phone.
どうかしら。
I don't know. If Amadeus' data's gone from the server, I don't think it would work.
さすがに無理。試してみて。
Give it a try. I'm a bit scared here.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
いざ繋がった時
I
の
was
ことを
just
考え
thinking
る
about
と
what I'd do if it connected.
慎重にいか
I
な
need
い
to be
と
careful.
そうね。
That's right. Someone might be
誰
watching
か
you.
に見られ。
どうした誰
What is it, Dar?
ここ。Look, there's a folder with another lock on it.
どれ？
Which one?
Memory. Mao leaned forward and stared at the monitor.
変ね。
That's strange.
こ
I
んな
didn't
フォ
used
ル
to be
ダ。
there.
It's pretty heavily secured, way more than the rest of the system.
アマデウスは
Was that
そ
where
っちに
Amadeus
移
was
され
moved?
たのかしら。でも一体
But
誰
who
が？
would do that? Only Dr. Leskinen has that level of authority.
レスキネン教
Maybe
授
Dr. Leskin's up to something and we don't know it. Or maybe something's happened to him.
教授の
Neither possibility was appealing.
誰
Daru, we'll leave that folder alone for now.
次は
Next, I want you to hack
ストラト
Stratfor
フォーのサーバーにハ
servers.
ックを
Stratfor? Why?
おそらく
They're probably involved in all this. You've done it once before. Can you do it again? Wait, how do you know that? Are you psychic?
俺を誰だ
Who do you think I am? The mad scientist of madness knows all.
全てお見通しだ
Give me a sec, he said, as he typed something else into the computer.
Stratfor servers, got it.
I could tell he'd done it once before. This time he got through it a lot faster than it took him to break into the university.
So you just want me to find data on the Amadeus system?
ちょっと待って。
Hold on.
Mao leaned her tiny body forward and took the mouse from Daru. She clicked an icon. The screen filled with some kind of text.
これ
This is a
レ
report.
ポートだわ。
She opened several more files, but since they were written in English, we couldn't read them.
これは
What is this?
一体
What are these reports
何
about?
のレポート
実験よ。
Experiments.
ストラトフォ
Stratfor
ー
was
が
experimenting
行
on
っていた人
humans.
体実
人体
Experimenting
実験
on humans. It's just like CERN.
どうやら
It looks like Stratfor was working on human memory transplantation.
誰かの記憶
He
デ
did a
ー
lot
タ
of
を
experiments trying to transfer
別人に
memories from
移
one
し
person
定
to
着さ
another.
せる実験をいくつも
Memory
行ってい
transplant
るわ。
experiments. That was...
最初こそ
They started with animals, but by the end of it, they were using live humans.
被験者には
They used people with no relatives as subjects, kids, adults, people from different ethnic backgrounds.
She looked down at the report again.
どうした
What is it?
まだ
Is there
何か
something
あるのか
else?
どうやら彼ら
It looks like they're about to start a new memory
境
transplant
界移植に
experiment.
関する
It was
新
safe
し
to
い
assume
実
the
験に着
experiments
手
had
しよう
something
と
to
し
do
て
with
い
the
るみた
time
い。
machine. They were trying to force open the black box of Karisu's memories in order to gain information about the time machine. Even if they couldn't get the password from the laptop from Amadeus, they could access her memories directly. It would give them everything they needed. It was just like what had been done to Kagari in the last world line, but on a more advanced level.
とにかく今は
Our priority now is finding Karisu's memory data. Daru, think it's out there?
ダルデータは
He took the mouse back from Maho inside. Nope, no luck. I'm not seeing anything. What was going on? Hadn't Stratfor stolen the Amadeus data from Victor Condria?
The university server is most suspicious, the one with the locked folder.
Which meant that they were working without stealing the data. Did they hack it like we did? Or...
What's the plan?
魔法を信じよ
We'll
う
believe Maho, Daru.
ダル
Can you get us in?
侵入できる
I can, but it's gonna be a pain.
どれくらいかかり
How
そう
long is it going to take?
I can tell you, it might take more than 12 hours. If Tara said so, it must have been really heavily protected. And if they catch me hacking halfway through, it's all over.
We need to hack in to get rid of Karisu's memory data. Until Dara finished, we need to keep Stratford distracted. The problem was... how? What happens to my location data when I'm talking to Amadeus? It all gets recorded. Of course, the people who got Amadeus' program can see it. I thought so. The question is, do I contact her or not? First, I need to see if the app even worked anymore. If it did, I had an idea. Maho, can I ask you something crazy? A full day had passed since the operation began. Daru still hadn't managed to break the lock on that folder. Thankfully, they hadn't detected him yet, but that didn't mean we were safe. While Daru did his work, I finished my own and then handed the rest off to Maho. My actions might have changed the future already, but we still had to do our jobs. Zua had her arms crossed, expression stern. She had been that way for a while now. At a glance, she looked calm, but I could see her tapping her arm with her index finger. Uncle, is there nothing I can do? We were finally ready to stop the Third World War. It had to bother her that there was nothing she could do. It had to be stopped as soon as possible, but all she could do now was wait. She was frustrated and on edge. But that was true of everyone else. Just wait a little longer. Daru and Maho are doing their best. Once Maho completed what I'd asked for, there would be something we could do too.
I'm gonna go get something sweet to eat. Yeah, sweets are great for when you're tired, yeah. Oh, then I'll go too.
Just as the two of them stood up, the development room's curtain opened. Maho flinched a little as everyone stared at her, but she quickly smiled, then she thought better of it and tried to look more serious.
Sheesh, you didn't ask me to do all this at... You didn't have to ask me to do all this at once, did you?
So, sorry. So, is it done?
I did what you told me to, I guess.
The microwave in the back was connected to a different headset than the one I'd seen last year. It was the same one she'd used to take my memories. That's why she'd been able to finish this in such a short time. A time leap machine. So it was done then. Now, even if I had to time leap from the future, I could go back to 48 hours from now. And this too. She offered me a pair of smartphones. These gadgets would be our secret weapons in the upcoming battle. I had Maho make them too. They used a simple AI to create a pseudo-response algorithm that would deceive our opponents. Wow. I can't believe you managed to make an AI in such a short time.
You were the one who told me to do it.
Her expression looked exhausted.
I had the voice software I used for Amadeus, so I was able to build it quicker. And this isn't anything as complicated as an AI. You really think you can fool her with this? It's Karisu we're talking about.
We just have to deceive her for a short time. All we need to do is keep their eyes off of Daru's hacking. The goal was just to keep Stratford confused. We didn't need to hold a long conversation. We just hook it up for a short time and end the call shortly afterward. It was time to get started. But first... I hit the send button on the message I'd already typed to Moeka Kiryu. Just do it like we discussed. Once it was done, I turned toward the group. I will now explain the operation. Zua, Mayuri, Ferris, Lukaku. I offered them the phones that I'd just been given by Maho. I'm going to have you pair off. Then I want you to take these phones and move around the city. It would be best to have the pairs as far apart as possible. One can take the Chuod line, and the other can take the Yamanote line. Stay in touch, and use the app on the phones called Amadeus. While Daru was doing his hacking, I'd left Akihabara and tried to contact Amadeus from Tokyo Station. And it had worked. Karisu had responded. I cut it off instantly, but I was sure of it. The app was still working. and this plan was going to use it.
What do we do once it's running?
Amadeus is an AI made from the memories of a girl named Kurisu Makize. We're going to deceive her. That's right. Our goal was to deceive Kurisu. When we contacted Amadeus, the enemy would know where we were. My plan was to take advantage of that fact. When you boot up the Amadeus app, it will start another program too.
What's the art program, yeah? Can you hit the icon with the S right? Can you hit the icon with the S right there? This, yeah?
Ferris tapped her phone. Hello, it's me.
Oh wow, it's Ocarina's voice.
Try talking to it.
What's up, yeah?
Nothing, really. I just wanted to talk to you for a little.
Wow, it automatically answers, huh?
What I'd asked Mao to make was a simple program that detected words and phrases in a conversation and replied with set patterns. You could call it an artificial non-intelligence.
It's a bot made by Ocarina and myself. We call it Sleary.
Next to the famous movie, Sleary was known as a lesser man with an inferiority complex, but in reality, he was a very talented composer. It felt a bit rude to use the real Sleary to give his name to something like this, but there wasn't time to worry about that now. Once you activate Amadeus, our bot is set to automatically respond to it.
In other words, we can make them think that it's you talking.
That's right. Which meant Amadeus would think I was where they were. I would have liked to add more terminals, but since Amadeus needed the cell phone to be registered with his systems, there weren't many I could use. All I had were my phone and Maho's, but for a short time period it would be enough. Of course, Maho's phone had her own version of Sleary. And then there was the message I'd sent to Moeka's Rhine. The plan was for her to spread information indicating that Maho and I had Karisu's laptop and hard drive. Even if they were doing the memory experiments, they still wouldn't want someone else getting their hands on them. So we're basically gonna appear in like 3 different places at once, and yet all of them don't even matter. Sooner or later, they'd pick up on that information and come after me with everything they had. Amadeus was in their hands. If Amadeus's location data told them I was there, they would come looking. But we wouldn't be there at all. And then they'd get a call from someplace completely different and head there. The plan was to keep them occupied with that and keep their eyes off the server hacking. That is your mission. Everyone nodded. I'll say again, you must absolutely not make contact with Amadeus for an extended period of time. And once you hang up, you need to move. If something happens, call me immediately. You need to do these things no matter what. Got it?
What should I do?
Kagari raised her hand hesitantly. They know your face. You should stay here.
But I want to help too. I don't want to do nothing while Mommy and everyone else are helping.
Well, this was a problem.
Please, Ocarina, let me help too.
I understood how she felt. But I still couldn't put her in danger. I'm sorry, but...
Kagari, Mayushi's gonna work hard for you. Work hard for you too, so do as Ocarina says, okay? Mommy. Okay, if you say so, Mommy.
That seemed to be good enough for her.
Uncle, shouldn't we hide Kagari somewhere until this is all over?
Maybe, but where? If we were going to hide her, it would have to be at Lukaku's house or Ferris's place. Why not go to my hideout? Hideout? You've got a hideout. I got a lot of them thanks to my job. If you want one, it's yours. Alright then, it's settled. You okay with that, Kagari?
Yeah, alright.
The issue was that I couldn't leave Kagari alone. Is there something I should do? I could do. Whom? Fear. Fear. Anxiety. Scare. You. I don't trust her, but we're gonna trust her because, of course, they don't know. Huh? I turned around and saw that at some point Yuki had entered the room.
Yuki.
Hashida gave me the key to the lab. She showed us the key in her hand apologetically. And last night, I called him and he seemed like he was really busy with something, so I brought him some snacks. She put the key away and then showed us a bag with the logo of a local cake shop on it. I don't know what's going on, but I was hoping there would be something I could do.
But we can't get you involved.
No, she just has to stay with Kagari. It should be fine. Bad. No. Before I thought that it was maybe Yuki who'd attacked the lab. But looking back, that was wrong. If she was the woman in the motorcycle suit, there was no need to do something so elaborate. She could have just used the fact that she was in the same circle as Kagari to invite her somewhere to kidnap her. There was no need to take the risk of attacking the lab. You sure? I don't know. I don't trust it. Thanks. Alright, Yuki, you stay with Kagari. I want you staying at Daro's hideout until this all blows over. He can tell you where to go. Once the things calm down, I'll tell you what's going on. Alright. Yuki nodded. No, everything was ready. This is bad. This plan has already failed now.
Great! I was so hyped for this plan and now I don't want to do it. Congratulations!
We failed! I looked around at everyone in the lab. Okay, guys, now follow the plan and...
Wait, Ocarine. You don't want to say goodbye to Kurisu?
Goodbye. Amagus was an artificial intelligence. She was an artificial being, not Kurisu herself.
Say goodbye, okay? So you won't regret it.
Mary handed back the phone I'd given her. No. I need to be stronger. You're right. Can you all give me just a moment?
Okay.
I left Mari and Lukaku and went to the Akihabara Bridge. If I made contact with Amadia, she'd know where I was. That's why I chosen this place. This was the first place I'd let Kurisu see how weak I was. Back when everything seemed at its darkest. An advertising van passed by, blaring jaunty opera music at a loud volume that clashed horribly with its flashy paint job. I waited for it to get out of the earshot before I tapped the Amadia icon. She showed herself immediately. It's been a long time. That's right. I thought you'd forgotten me. I hadn't forgotten. I could never forget. I've been busy. How many goodbyes had I said now? I said goodbye to her again and again. But I've never gotten used to it. So, what is it today? There's something I wanted to ask you. What? You want to know if you can make a time machine again? That was a joke. Keep going. Just hypothetically. If you could give up your life to save a friend's, would you do it? I'm not sure what I understand what you're getting at. Answer me, please. She must have been able to tell from my words and expression that I was serious because she took on a serious expression as well. That friend's someone important to you, isn't it? Yeah. There's so many things I want to do, many things I have to do, but... Even so, if I can make that friend and the people around me happy, maybe I would. Kurisu. Sorry. I've never had that happen to me, so all I can do is imagine. Which means I can't really give you a real answer, but... If there was still one person who would remember me, if there's still one person who wouldn't forget... Anyway, forget about me. Forget about what happened today, and everything that came before it. That's what I want. I can't forget. Huh? Never. I will never forget. This was a vow. A vow to get me through the time to come. Okabe? Sorry for asking something so silly. No, I don't mind. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Nothing. Anyway. Bye. Wait. Huh? Oh no, it just felt like I was never gonna see you again. Krisu. That's not true. Of course, right? I don't know where I got that idea. We'll see each other again. I promise. Yeah. That's right. This wasn't goodbye forever. I'd see her again. So I won't say goodbye. Not until I see you again. See you again. Yeah. See you again. Krisu. I've got no idea how long it will take. But I'm going to reach you. I promise. I went back to Mayuri and Lukaku and gave them the phone.
Did you say your goodbyes?
Yeah. I'm counting on you guys.
Yep.
Let's do this. I watched him disappear into the crowded station and went back to the lab. That van was still playing its loud music as it drove down the street. 5 hours had passed since the operation had begun. The only sound in the room was of Dara's fingers on the keys. How's it going, Dara?
It doesn't look like they found us.
Is it going to take a lot more time?
At least 3 hours.
I guess it wasn't going to be easy after all. Dara must have been exhausted, but he was still working. Mayuri and the others were sending me regular messages. Mayuri had paired off with Lukaku and Ferris with Suzuha. Since they knew each other so well, they were doing a great job of working together and running around Tokyo. Suzuha had told me that she'd seen shady-looking people several times, and Moeka had sent me a message saying that they'd taken the bait. For now, the operation was succeeding without anyone getting hurt. But I didn't expect it to last forever. I wanted to get Kurisu's memory data deleted as fast as possible, but in the end, my only choice was to rely on Daru. Sorry about this, Daru.
You promised not to say that, buddy.
I remember how he looked in 25 years in the future. Even in that far distant future, he was still my friend.
Ocarine, can I have a second?
Until a little bit ago, Maho had been resting to recover from her exhaustion, but at some point she must have gone up. What is it? Look at this. She had me a stack of papers. It was a printout of Stratford's report. She must have been looking at it after she'd woken up. What's this?
A list of Stratford's experimental test subjects.
There are rows of names, sexes, and ages, and other information. Look here. She pointed her small finger at one of the names. It said, Shina Kagari. Shina Kagari? She was one of Stratford's guinea pigs. Of course, I'd known it was a possibility. That's why they'd been looking for her. And she had Kurisu's memories too. But still, it was one thing to suspect it and another to see proof. But they never made it to the last phase of the experiments, looks like. Says she ran away just before they got the chance. That made me feel a lot better. If Kagari still had Kurisu's memories, I would have seen a repeat of what happened in the last world line. This must be another effect of the world line change. But there was still no doubt that she had been in Stratford's hands for years. And she'd been the subject of many experiments during that time. I'm a little worried. Mom must have been thinking the same thing I was. Kagari was alone with Yuki at Dara's hideout right now.
What is calling me now? I'm busy.
The ringing that suddenly interrupted our conversation was coming from Dara's phone.
It's Maneshi. Why, what's up?
I had a bad feeling.
Yes, Maneshi. What is it? Did something happen? Huh? Kagari Thomas, what?
What happened to Kagari?
She says she's gone.
What? Shit. I grabbed the phone out of his hands and put it to my ear. It's me, Okabe. Is Kagari really gone?
Okabe, I'm really sorry. I was right next to her.
What happened? Did she get kidnapped?
No, Kagari left on her own. I tried my best to stop her, but she was so strong.
On her own? What was going on? Was Yuki really... No, that was impossible. If Yuki was working for Stratford, she wouldn't be calling me. Then, why had Kagari run off on her own?
Keep it on speaker. I want to hear this too.
I hit the button to switch to call his speakerphone. Yuki, tell me more about what happened before Kagari ran off. Was there anything strange? No, we were just talking. Did you see or did you see or hear anything strange? No. Oh, wait. Come to think of it, I did hear some weird music from outside. It was like some kind of jingle from an advertising van. I remember it because it was really loud. An advertising van? Was it the one I'd seen this afternoon? That's it. I just read about that in the file. It was one of the experiments Stratford did. The experiment involved brainwashing. 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 I think she might have been brainwashed to behave in a certain manner if she heard a pre-programmed source of music. That's the only way to explain why she'd run off on her own right now. That song the van was playing. It was K6205. The magic flute, sent to lead Kagari astray. File also said that she was an ideal candidate for the experiments and that they were still looking for her. Damn it! They probably had vans like this all over Japan, not just Akihabara. And she'd fallen right into their trap.
What do you do, Ocarine?
It was obviously Stratford. It was obviously Stratford that had gone after Kagari. Do we go back? Which meant that all we could do was. And then there was another call. This time it was my phone. I had Ferris prepare several cell phones for my use in this operation. One to use to call everyone, one to give to Kagari. And the call was coming from the phone I'd given to Kagari. It probably wasn't from her, though. Who could it be? Okabe Rintaro, correct? His visually altered voice made the color seem even more eerie. Yeah, that's right. Who are you? We have Kagari Shina. I don't need to tell you what we want, do I? Kreese's laptop and hard drive. Give me time to think. Think? Think about what? The exchange will take place tomorrow. We'll tell you where and how later. They hung up. They want to swap her for Kreese's computer and hard drive.
So, what's the plan?
I can't believe Kagari was brainwashed. Sue was gritting her teeth in frustration as she listened to us. I had her come back immediately after the call. And I brought Moeka Kiryu to the lab as well. I want your honest opinion. If we do what they want, will they give us back Kagari? No. Moeka gave her honest opinion. I agree. They're willing to use dirty tricks like brainwashing if they don't need her. And if they don't need her, they'll just kill her. They might kill you too. The only reason they would have called me specifically is that they knew I had the information they wanted to keep hidden. After what I'd gone through already, I could safely assume they'd show no mercy. And they were after what Kurisu had left behind. Her memories and her belongings. They didn't want them causing any more wars. Which meant there was only one thing I could do. We'll have to bust in and take back Kagari. It was dangerous, but it was the only way. Myri and the others were still out there fighting. Which meant that they should still think I was running around the city. Let's bust in. You don't even know where they are. I do. Really? Uncle, wouldn't you? Suzuha, will you help? Okie dokie. I turned toward Moeka, who shook her head. I'm not willing to go that far. I bet. You can't go alone. It's too dangerous. No, it might be safer than going with a big group. And I knew that fate wasn't going to let me die for a little while longer. You're not going to tell the other girls? It would probably just worry them. Daru, keep working on that file lock and leave your phone on a call with me.
Okie dokie.
Uncle, here. Suzuha handed me a semi-automatic pistol. A Glock. Protect yourself if you have to. Feels weird holding this. I hesitated, but decided to take it. It was the first time in my life I'd ever held a gun, and it was a lot heavier than I expected it to be. The lights were still on at that building in Kanda. Even at this hour, the gate was open. That's how colleges were. As expected, we made it inside with no trouble.
Kagari's in here?
Yeah, she should be.
そのはずだ
If Dara's information from 23-6 was right, Stratford's base was here at my university, Tokyo Denkai. Several buildings occupied the school's Konda campus. Buildings 1, Building 5 through 7, and Buildings 11 through 15. Buildings 5, 6, 10, and 15 were scattered throughout the surrounding neighborhood, but the remainder were in their own little isolated area. The only two of those with basements were 11 and 15. And my guess was that Stratford's base was here in Building 11. It was not only the building with the newest equipment, but it was a big building with 17 floors and a lot of foot traffic going in and out. I didn't know how many people Stratford had working for them, but at least some of them had to have been out looking for me. Which meant this place would be less well guarded than usual. And I had Suzuha with me too. This was doable.
こっちだ
This way. I led Suzuha straight down the stairs. There were 3 elevators in the building, but Suzuha had decided that taking them would be dangerous. They could potentially be trapped. The problem was what lay down below. There were over 20 rooms of varying sizes in the 2-story basement. Which one of them was their base?
おじさん
Uncle, this way.
わかるのか
You know where to go.
思い出した
I remembered. I've infiltrated this place once before.
潜入し私が知ってる
When I was
建
there,
物がもう崩れ
here,
た
the place was falling apart and the
外
outside
観も
looked
全
totally
然変わ
different,
って
but I'm
た
sure
から
of
わから
it.
なかったけど間違いない
Suzuha led me down the corridors without hesitation. With her gun in hand, and her hips dropped low to the ground to avoid making noise she ran, she looked just like a cat. She stopped in front of one of the rooms and nodded to me. It seemed no different than any of the others. There was no nameplate on it. This was supposed to be a large generator room, as I recalled.
私は
Save
鏡を
Kagari.
救出
Use
す
it to
る
protect yourself, Uncle.
おじさん
Right. I took the Glock out from my belt. It was heavy in my hands. Suzuha had taught me how to use it, but I never fired it before, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to. But it would still serve as a bluff.
行くよ
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
1
What the? After she finished her countdown, Suzuha shot off the doorknob, kicked open the door, and ran to the room. She did it all in one swift movement. I ran after her and realized immediately that something was wrong. The first thing I noticed was the stench. It was an iron smell, strong enough to make you puke. Blood. The floor of the room was covered with blood. There were bodies, too. 4 or 5 of them. Of course, Suzuha hadn't done it. It was already like this when we got here.
どういうことだ
What's going on? Suzuha was slowly working her way forward. I followed her. Some of the bodies were Japanese and some were American. The room continued on. A large man was lying face down next to a half-open door. And next to him was...
You're here sooner than I expected, Rintaro.
バカな
No way. The voice saying my name was voluptuous and feminine, and its accent was foreign.
レイエス
Dr. Reyes!
I'm glad you're doing well.
どうして
Why?
I came to get something I was looking for.
No! Dr. Reyes spun around quickly and smoothly like a dancer. Kagari was seated behind her.
カガリ
Kagari!
どうした
What's wrong, Kagari? Can't you hear us?
聞こえないのか
There was some kind of strange mechanical device over her head. No matter how much I called for her name, she didn't move an inch.
Oh dear, she's sleeping so peacefully. It'd be so rude to wake her up.
Her smile was sharp and cold. It completely lacked the warmth I'd seen when we first met.
気をつけろ
Watch out,
そい
she's
つは
military.
軍人だ
Suzuha already had her gun drawn at Reyes. But Reyes didn't seem concerned in the slightest.
軍人
Military? Tanuji had said that, come to think of it. That the group looking for Kagari was with a Western military. And he'd wondered if a normal spy would have taken their own life.
And who might you be?
カガリを返せ
Give back Kagari. I love that face. I didn't know there was anyone in Japan with a face like that. Why don't you start by giving me your gun? If you don't, Kagari-shina will die, you know.
カガリを殺
The
した
second she
瞬間
dies,
に
you're dead too.
私が
I see, but I'm just the one. I'm one part of a larger organization. Killing me won't change a thing.
鈴葉
Suzuha. Suzuha laid the gun at her feet, frustrated.
Good girl. Now stand there with your hands behind your head.
そこで両手を頭の後ろに置いて立ってそれでリンタロ
So, Rintaro, I believe I told you what the deal was. Did you bring them?
あら
Oh my, you're such a naughty boy. If you didn't bring them, then I can't let you have
持
Kagari
ってきてい
Shina.
ないならこち
She
らと
said
しては
Kagari was
シーナ
asleep, and when I
鏡は
looked
渡
closer,
せ
I
な
saw
い
that her eyelids weren't fully closed. From what little I could see of her eyes, they were empty and devoid of light.
鏡に何
What
を
did you
し
do to
た
Kagari?
残念だけど
Unfortunately, nothing yet. I just played the lullaby they used with her.
でも
But if you're not
あ
going
な
to
たが
accept my
交換
trade, then
条件
maybe
に
I'll
応じ
just
る
get
気がない
started.
みたいだから
She rubbed Kagari's cheeks
こ
with the
れから
barrel of the
始め
gun
てし
and
ま
looked
おうかし
a
ら
look of ecstasy on her face.
クリスの PC と
I've increased his laptop and hard drive
特
somewhere
別な場所
special.
に隠し鏡を渡
If
さ
you're
な
not
い
going to
な
give me Kagari, then I won't
こ
tell
っ
you
ちも
where.
教える先に鏡を
Let
解放
Kagari
しろ
go first.
交渉は無駄
Negotiations are pointless, Rintaro.
そっちが
If
渡す
you're
気が
not
ない
going to give me what I want, then I'll
こっ
just
ち
do
はこっ
things
ち
my
のやり
way.
方をさせてもらう
It wasn't a threat or a bluff. Reyes was acting like this was an everyday conversation. With all the blood and stench around us. That somehow made it even creepier.
これは
Did you do this?
Yes, if they hadn't been so stupid, they might have managed to live a little longer. It's a shame.
どうして
Why would you do something like this?
こんな
簡単な
It's
ことよ
simple. They figured out who I
私の
really
正
am.
体に
正
Who
体
are you? Who you are? Really?
そこの彼女は
Remember
言
what
って
she
た
just
でしょ
said?
軍か
You're with the military.
同時に研
And a
究者
scientist
で
as
も
well.
ある
Derpa. Not that that means
Nah.
anything to you, I'm sure.
Te-
The Defense Ultimate Research Projects Agency? No way. Dr. Reyes is with them.
I could hear Maho's voice through my Bluetooth microphone. I left my phone connected to Dara's so that we could stay in touch if we needed to.
Look, Green, just give me a little more time.
By time. Now. It would be impossible. But I'd asked Dara for the impossible many times before. Now is my turn. I couldn't let her hurt Kagari. Suzu had lost her weapon. It would be hard to do this by force. I just need to keep her occupied. Why would someone from the military...
もともと
My team
私の
originally
所
worked on
属するチーム
brainwashing.
は
洗脳
brainwashing? Then
それ
Kagari...
じゃ
言っておくけど
Just so we're
彼女
clear,
を
it wasn't me who
殺
did
した
this
の
to
は
her.
私じゃない
It was them.
彼らよ
Them. She must have meant the people lying on the floor.
どうだか
I don't know if I believe that. Why would the military want to brainwash people anyway?
なぜ軍の人間が
There's no need to even ask.
洗脳の研究なん
But I
てす
need
る
to
必
buy
要
time
が
for
あ
Dara
る
to finish this hacking.
決まってるで
You
しょ
know why? We want soldiers who will do exactly as they're told. Our goal was to make the ultimate soldier who never complains, who never fears death, and who willingly sacrifices himself for his country. There's nothing unusual about it. It's been done all over the world for over a century. But then we realized that we can make the ultimate soldier without going through the hassle of brainwashing. An AI soldier.
An AI soldier. The name alone made it sound like the title of a cheap sci-fi movie, but that also just made it creepier.
なるほどな
I see. So you implant an artificial intelligence into the soldier's brain.
そうすれば
That would let you mass-produce highly intelligent and highly capable soldiers.
思考を持つ戦士
Huh.
それに
And if you can install the memories needed for special skills too, you'll have a whole army of specialists ready for any
兵士
mission
全員
imaginable.
にインストールすれば
That's right, Rintaro, you're quick on the uptake. And in the future, we'll be able to make soldiers capable of enhanced teamwork via group consciousness too. What do you think? Amazing, isn't it? You can't do that. It's wrong. That's what they all say.
I was worried that Suzuha might jump at her in fury, but she stayed completely calm. Reyes was right next to Kagari. No matter how fast Suzuha was, without a gun, Kagari was still in danger. If I knew Suzuha, she was watching the situation carefully and waiting for an opening.
Listen to me. We want stability. Our military is the only thing keeping the world peaceful. And if they have to sacrifice themselves to become the soldiers who can make that possible, I'm sure they won't mind too much.
It was selfish reasoning. There's no way I or anyone else would accept it. But... Interesting.
レイエス教授いや
Dr. Reyes! No! Reyes! You interest me greatly
なかな
indeed.
か面白い
I saw Suzuha's gaze dart over to me for just a moment. Her eyes seemed to criticize me, but she didn't say anything. Rintaro?
リンタロウ
My
じゃない
name is not Rintaro! My job right now is to keep her busy until Dara broke the lock on the files. Which meant that now was the time to act. To act the part of the biggest fool I could. That was my job. My name is Kyoma Huey. I am the man who shall destroy the ruling structure of the world and plunge it into chaos. What kind of joke is this? I, the mad scientist of madness, Kyoma Huey, admit it. You rays are moderately mad. What? Kyoma Huey, Rintaro Okabe is the disguise I use to deceive the eyes of the world. This is my true identity. I am the mad scientist reviving like the phoenix. What am I hearing? You're screwed up, kid. For a moment, her mouth had hung open in shock, but she quickly regained her cocky smile. But I couldn't back down now. Raise, I already know what you've done thus far. You infiltrated Victor Condria University as a professor to work on your AI soldier project. And while you were there, you found out about Amadeus. Correct? Yes, that's right. Amadeus was quite the interesting project, but what interested me more... She stepped on the body next to her as if it were an object and not a human being. Were the traces I saw of their involvement. And just as I expected, I looked into it and found something incredible. You know what I found, right? The time machine, yes? Race flashed me a dazzling smile and nodded. I see. The time machine. The impossible dream of all mankind. You learned of the paper that described how it would work. And you learned that if you could get it, the world would be yours to command. But you were a fool. Everyone like you thinks the same thing. A fool? Yes, a fool! Ruling the world, working for the nation, working for the organization. These are all the goals of the petty men. If you would use the greatest invention of human history for those things, then you're a failure as a scientist. I'm a soldier before I'm a scientist. I've offered my life to my country. If my country can command the world, then that lets us keep every other potential threat in check. And that's what's best for the world and mankind. Her voice was rising in excitement. That's why I can't let any other country get ahead of us. I obtained this revolutionary theory before anyone else. We can keep the world's power balance the way it is. We can keep the world peaceful. We can't let another country, let alone a civilian corporation, get their hands on it first. And that's why you killed all those people. I'll say it again. You are a fool! I see. I do feel bad about what I did to them. I didn't really sound like she didn't really sound like she meant it. The plan was to let them go a while longer, and then take the data once they had it all. Then why kill them? One of the people I sent in to spy on them screwed up. So I do blame myself for that. But they're at fault too. DERPA hires civilian scientists. I offered them jobs, but they got greedy and started making demands. Losing talent like that is such a shame. Her mouth rose a little as she spoke. She didn't seem like she really felt that way at all. So, Rintaro Okabe, I got an offer for you. Why not work at DERPA? What? You look surprised. Why did you think I was telling you all this? Long villain monologues only exist in your Japanese samurai movies. Don't worry, we don't care about what country you're from. If you want, we can get you a green card. In other words, you recognize my talent. You recognize the mind of Kyoma Huey. Of course, I wouldn't make this offer to someone without the talent. You've certainly got it. And you're Karisu Makise's friend, too. The real reason she was interested in me was probably the latter. It was far too obvious. I might have heard something from Karisu Makise about her time machine theories. That's what you're hoping. And that's why you want me. We take those who can be useful, and we pay. That's how things work in our world. Which means that once I'm not useful, I end up like the people on the ground over there. That depends on how hard you work and what you decide to do. Ray's left and went around behind Kagari. She seemed to be moving casually, but since Azua didn't pounce, she probably hadn't left any openings. Taro, you're done yet. I'm setting my limit for buying time. Well, take your time and think about it. You have quite the high taste eye, if you've noticed my talent. High quality taste in a discerning eye. You're American and you don't even know that. But that's fine. I take back what I said about your failures as a scientist. Since after all you recognize my talent. I see. Then you accept my offer? I refuse. What? Because I am Kyoma Huim. A mad scientist must always be a solitary creature. He must never belong to anyone or anything at any time. That is his destiny. At first, Ray seemed surprised, but then she exhaled a long sigh. Well, feel free to take your time. This is over until I'm done with her. What are you going to do with Kagari? Suzu still had her hands behind her head, but if looks could kill, Ray's would be dead already. You know what I'm doing. I'm overriding her memories with Kakarisu Makise's. That's... Then in the other world line, maybe Durba did that and not Stratfor. And that wasn't all. Was the woman in the motorcycle suit who attacked the lab? Don't make that face. I've used this technique on animals and a number of humans. Ray's rubbed Kagari's cheeks lovingly. The system had a critical flaw until now anyway. But this time it's fixed, and she's highly compatible. I'm sure it will work fine. Every single word she spoke. And she spoke so slowly. It felt like it was drawing me in. Karisu's memories, her mind will be recreated in this girl. And then we won't have to worry about any black boxes locking away any parts of her memories. She'll do whatever we tell her, and I'm sure she'll tell us all about the time machine. We won't have need Karisu's laptop or hard drive. As long as we have her, we'll be fine. Ray's brought her crimson lips next to Kagari. Tell me, Kagari. You want to be Karisu, right? No, Kagari, don't listen to her! But Kagari didn't move at all. Her genius mind will be yours. You can revolutionize the world. Won't that be wonderful? Well? Kagari's lips moved a little. Yes. Good girl. Kagari. Rintaro, this was your choice too, you know. If you simply done it as I asked, things might have turned out differently. And besides, you want to see Karisu, don't you? A person is nothing but their memories. It's their memories who make them who they are. When Kagari has Karisu's memories, she'll become Karisu. And you'll like that, won't you? And I'm sure Karisu will too. Shut up! I was surprised at how loud my voice was. Karisu would be happy? Hell no! Even if you do replace Kagari's memories with Karisu, she won't be Karisu! And she would never be happy to see her memories used like that! Don't you dare insult her! Don't you dare insult Karisu Makise! I see. That's a shame. But either way, the result doesn't change. You can just stand there and watch her mind be filled with the memories of the one you love. Ray started to tap commands into the computer next to her. Suzu was still calm. She wasn't attacking Ray's because she was waiting for Dar's word. Dar, are you done yet? Sorry, Ocarina. I'm so close. Damn it! Uncle. Suzu whispered to me. We may have to give up on Kagari. Once I move, get down. Knowing Suzu, she wouldn't hesitate. Okay, all ready to go. What do I do? Should I give up on her? I couldn't do that. But Either way, Kagari was doomed.
それじゃ
Alright then. Sayonara, Kanagari.
Ray's thin figure stretched out. Izua moved. She closed the gap between her and Ray's in an instant. A gunshot rang out. Izua's body shot back and fell to the floor. Suzuha!
I thought you'd do that. Too bad, huh?
Ray's had expected that. Then there was nothing I could do. Don't! Before I could stop her, Race hit the keyboard. What? What's going on? Why isn't it working? It can't be. This stupid thing! God damn it, shit! Race pounded the keyboard again and again, swearing. Was there a problem with the system?
Kakarine.
Kagari! There was a small light in Kagari's empty eyes. Bullshit! Bullshit! With Race distracted, this was my chance. Kagari, come with me!
Okay, Kakarine.
Kagari ripped the device off her head, stood up, and managed to run a few steps forward before she fell over. Kagari! I ran over and grabbed her. Race quickly brought her gun to bear. And another gunshot. I thought I'd been shot, but I hadn't. The gun knocked out of Ray's hand was spinning on the floor.
Don't take another step. Another step.
Izua slowly stood up. She was holding the gun that she just placed on the ground. Izua, you're okay! I guess so. Her shoulders were bloody, but it wasn't a fatal wound. She was lucky to survive a gunshot wound at that range.
The tables have turned. You got me. I didn't expect to lose to a kid like you.
Ray shrugged her shoulders in surrender.
But this isn't over yet, you know.
I said I don't move. Ray's ignored her and picked up the strange headset that Kagari had been wearing. Izua gripped her gun more tightly.
Just so we're all on the same page, I'm carrying a small bomb with me. Just bite down a little of my neck, back neck teeth, and it explodes. At this rate, I'm sure you three would be caught up in it. So you're going to kill yourself. I've been trained to choose death rather than hand information over to the enemy, sadly. You're bluffing. If you think so, then shoot.
Izua moved to pull the trigger. Wait, Suzuha! Just believe in Daru for now. Reyes glanced at Suzuha, then slowly put the headset down over her own head. What are you trying to do?
You don't want to use her either, did you, Amadeus? But you don't mind if I use someone else?
No way.
I told you. It won't end here.
There was madness in her eyes.
That's right. It was always so easy. There's never ever any need to use anyone else. I could have just done this myself.
She's gonna do it to herself.
Now I will have Kurisu Makise's memories. I will have the time machine theory. And I will be the one to revolutionize the world.
No, don't! Don't use Kurisu's memories for that! Yes, got it! Daru?
Now I will rule time itself.
Daru, get rid of the file, now! Oh, I'm looking for it! Ray's fingers went for the keyboard. Don't!
It's okay. I'll make good use of the memories of the girl you love.
I found it! I got a green! Flee it, Daru! Set Kurisu free!
Come into me, Kurisu.
Ray's fingers touched the keyboard. Silence. Nothing happened. There was no light or loud noise like the phone wave. Of course, there wasn't. It was all going inside her head.
What happened?
Ray's... She was in the exact same position as when she touched the keyboard, completely unmoving. Did the memories download? I steeled myself to take a closer look. And Ray's collapsed to her knees. The light hit her face, and I couldn't see her expression. And I could finally see her expression. There's nothing there. No light. No darkness. Nothing. Just hollow emptiness in her eyes. That expression of joy she had when she touched the keyboard was frozen onto her cheeks.
オカリンさん
She...
早かったんだ。
Dara was faster. By just an
ダルの
instant.
方が一瞬だけ。
The folder had been emptied just before she downloaded the memories into her own mind. In that case, she killed herself then. There's nothing in her head. She just downloaded emptiness into her head. She's just a husk now, basically. She'd filled her head with emptiness, and now nothing was left. Not the memories she had before. Not her own history. Not her own desires. There's just an empty shell. There's just an empty shell, kneeling on the ground, as if praying to God. Ocarine!
ダル、
Dara, you did it.
よくやった。終わったよ。
It's all over.
何もかも。
Everything. I could hear Dara Morrow cheering from the earphone.
行こう
Let's go, Uncle. It's not a good idea to stay here.
そうだな。
You're right. Kagari, can you walk?
係。
Yeah.
The only things left were the dead bodies and a living corpse. Amadeus, the girl on the other side of the machine, was gone. She was gone from this world, along with the memories of the person I loved. I whispered softly to a girl who was no longer there.
また会おうな、
I'll see you again, Carissa.
クリス。
それじゃあまゆし
Okay, Maishi. We'll be
私た
back.
ちまたまた
Okay, bye.
ルカ君も
Luca,
今度一緒にコスプレ
let's
しよう
cosplay next time, okay? I'll think about it.
その
オカリンさんや
Ocarine, everyone, thanks for having us
お
over.
邪魔します
あ
Yeah, come back
あ、また
anytime.
いつでも来るといい。
うーん
Hmm.
ど
What is
ど
it?
うした
オカリンさん
Ocarine, you've
な
kind
ん
of
だか雰
changed.
囲気か
そう。
Have I?
Yeah, you seem a
なん
lot
だ
easier to
か
talk to
前より
now.
ずっととっつきやすくもう吹雪ちゃ
Come
ん
on, Fubuki, it's rude to say that to his
本人に向
face.
かって失礼だよえ
What? You were saying that a minute ago too, Kaede. Hey,
ちょっとえへ
やれやれ。
Sheesh.
あ
oh, then I guess I'll be leaving too.
私もはい
You've got work again today?
Yep, I'll call you when I'm off. Let's make plans for this
週末の
weekend.
予定
Okay, I'll be waiting for you.
何
What? What's this? Karinyan and Yukinyan seem like they're an item, yeah.
いい感じだね
Do we? But my love for you will never change, Fairstein.
もう
Come on, Dad, not again.
また
It had been several days since then. All the chaos with the mice and Carissa's memories had calmed down and normal life had resumed. There had been no official announcements about what had happened in the basement of Tokyo Denkai University. The next day, the basement had been sealed off because of what was described as a lab accident. The military, or maybe Stratfor, had covered it up. And since then, we hadn't seen anything strange going on around us. There should have been no traces that we were ever there. They probably weren't going to come after us.
それにしても
Anyway, what
あれは
happened back
何だ
there?
ったんだろ
Back there.
うあの女が
When that
係
woman
に
tried to download Crazy
マキセ
Moxie's
クリス
memories
の
into
記憶を
Kagari, it
ダウン
didn't
ロード
work,
した
right?
時うまくい
That's
か
a
なか
good
ったんだよ
question. Dara hadn't deleted them by then, but it didn't work.
Think it was just a system error?
Maybe it was fate.
ダルニャンの言う通り
Karinyan's
だね
right. You probably shouldn't
考
overthink
え
it,
すぎる
yeah.
ことないねうん
Maybe-
そうなのかな
I don't know.
なん
It's
か
been
気に
bothering
なるん
me.
だよね
そういえ
Come
ば
to think of it,
あの
when that
時
happened, Kagari seemed to have been thinking of something. She opened her mouth to speak.
うん
No, but
でも
ちょっとカ
come on,
ガリ
Kagari. Don't
言い
stop
かけ
your
て
sentence halfway
途中
through.
で
You're
や
just
めな
gonna
い
make
で
me
よ
wonder more.
気になるだろ
あの時
I thought I heard a voice back
声が
then.
聞こえたような
A voice?
気がする
Oh god.
声
A voice.
うん
Yeah, there was someone in my head saying no.
だ私
I don't really
あ
remember
の
all that
時の
happened,
こ
so
と
maybe it was just a
ほとんど
dream.
覚えてないからただのアマデウス
Amadeus.
It was Amadeus then. Amadeus was fighting back. At that last moment, Amadeus probably noticed what was happening and was able to fight back and push itself away from Kagari in order to make sure that she wouldn't get taken over. In a way, it was Amadeus that saved us.
もしかしたら
Could it have been Amadeus? Maybe at the last second she refused to allow her memories to overwrite Kagari's?
That's not a very logical opinion to be coming from you, Maho. Lukaku and Mayuri stared at each other when they heard Maho's words.
The last time we activated Marius, the call cut off halfway through. Your boss was talking, but she seemed like she was in a really big hurry and hung up.
Could that have been when it happened?
Is that possible? I don't know, but Amalius is just like a human. She has self-defense instincts. So it's possible she realized her memories were going to be used for something wrong.
In a different world line, Kurisu's memories had once existed inside Kagari. Maybe Kurisu had saved Kagari from experiencing the same fate here. There may have been another reason, but at least that's what I wanted to think.
Hey, Ocarine, there's something I don't understand too.
What's that?
You were saying that Amalius caused a lot of world line changes before now, right? But if we still remember what happened, that means the world line didn't change, right? Why is that?
Oh, that? I thought about that right after what happened. This is just a guess, but I think that whenever I'd done something involving Amadius, it had caused Kurisu's memories to fall into someone's hands. Whoever had gotten the memories had used them to rewrite the past. But this time, we deleted Kurisu's memories, so that means there's no world line change. The cause of the battle between Stratford and Durpa was gone, and we gotten rid of the data that Kurisu had left behind. The future created by Kurisu's memory was gone, but Suzuha and Kagari were still here. If they were still here, then the future hadn't changed that much. Of course, I knew that. Unless I could reach Steins Gate, the world line convergence wouldn't change. That didn't mean that this was for nothing. There was that small flash of insight I'd felt in 2036. This world was another step towards it.
So what's the plan now?
There's a lot to do, but first, I took something out of the pocket of my white lab coat. I have a present for everyone.
What's this?
Lab member badges. It identifies every one of us as members of the lab. OSHMKUFAHSA. The badge had everyone's initials on it. Of course, Kurisu and Moeka's were there too. I'd added in Maho Hyajo, Kagari Shina, and Yuki Amane too. Accepting the past for what it was and connecting it to the future. That was my job right now.
A lab member.
Kagari held the badge to her chest happily.
I've got another treasure now.
The path that lay before me might be even harder than the one I'd traveled so far. But I knew the light was still there at the end of it.
I think I understand why Kurisu and Ocarine became friends. I finally realized why my dad and everyone else relied on him so much. And I know why Mommy always loved him too. Kagari, that's not right. Mayushi is Ocarine's hostage, so it's not like...
Wait, what? How come Ocarine gets all jigged? Blow up and die!
You got Mom, Dad.
Many different futures and many different pasts. Where they all converge, I know I'll find you. So... Yes, it's me. What? When am I coming to save you? Don't panic. Now is not the appointed hour. Who do you think I am? Listen, I am the mad scientist Kyoma Huin, and I never go back on my word. So, for now, wait. I shall release you from the chains of time that bind you. Yes, I promise. Kurisu, until the day comes that we meet, all I have, I give to you. El Sai Konguru. December 2011. Akihabara. A year after all the chaos, Mao visited the Future Gadget Lab for the first time in a long while.
She's here!
It's been a long time, everyone. Wow, it's Mao. I've missed you. It's good to see you again, Mao. I'm glad to see you're doing well, Nya. It's good to see nothing's changed here. Yeah. Yeah, looks like not much has changed with you either. I know I'm still short. You don't have to tell me. That wasn't what I meant. I know, it was a joke. What's wrong? I've been so lonely without you for the past year, Maho. Wait, you don't need to grab me like that. But... I'm sorry, I wanted to come back during the summer, but a lot happened at the university.
The events of last January had left deep scars on Maho's lab. Of course, they had. Not only was Amadeus involved, but many people in the college, including Dr. Reyes, had been involved as well. Thanks for coming all this way, Maho.
Of course, as part of this too, I've got a responsibility to see it to the end.
But are you sure? All the cleanup work you did over the last year will go to waste.
It won't go to waste. You're the one who said this world's future would connect to the past. So I've done what I can in this world.
Yeah, you're right. I was supposed to die in 2025, but I was alive. Everyone had been fooled. Past me, everyone in the future, the world had been deceived. I thought the future was certain. Instead, I found a future I didn't expect. So, wouldn't I be able to deceive the world too? And by doing so, avoid the future that awaited us. And if I could deceive the world, maybe I could find Steins Gate. But how to do so, unfortunately, was beyond me right now. But the future me had said,
The path to Steins Gate is a hard one. Trying again once or twice probably won't get you there. But I think starting there is the best way to get to it. I think that many futures are connected to the past. So, this world we're in isn't wasted. It's a world that we need. At least that's what I think.
many futures, all connected to the past. That meant there was only one thing for me to do.
Hashira, did you finish it?
Of course, it's ready to go.
We're going to deceive the world once more. An old microwave sitting in the back of the development room. It was a time leap machine that Mao had helped finish. Dara had added a new function to it.
Still, it's hard to believe that this thing controls the fate of the world.
That's right. Everything began here. Our fate, and Karisu's, had all been ruined by this device. The one difference between this and the old phone wave was that this was connected to a smartphone, not an old feature phone. Text messages to the past would be detected by CERN, no matter what I did. Which meant that we'd become a target. That would mean taking this world, that I'd gained only at the cost of sacrificing Karisu, right back to where we started. There would be no point in that. But there were other ways to communicate now, beyond simple text messages. There were other ways to send messages. The software used now, Rhine, was one of them.
I call it D-Rhine.
Of course, the idea of using the electrons at the CRT television in the Brontu workshop to control gravity and create a singularity to send the message back in time was the same. And the amount we could send was still 18 characters, same as the D-mail. We didn't have to worry about CERN finding it. We didn't have to worry about Mayuri being killed. The only problem was that we couldn't send messages back before we started using Rhine. There was nothing I could do about that. So at the very least, we now have a way of using D-mails, but without causing problems that would bring us back to Worldline Alpha. The most important thing to do right now is make it possible.
Sheesh, it was pretty hard to find a way to make sure no one would detect it. It took forever to find a place where they weren't watching.
He complained, but he pulled it off anyways. That's my favorite right arm.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
But are you sure about this, Ocarine? That's right. This may only bring you more pain, Kyoma.
Maybe you're right.
Then...
But I have to do it anyway.
Ocarine.
The Third World War was going to happen unless I could stop it. Gagarin Suzua's presence made that obvious. There was only one future that lay before us. It was another piece of the path that would lead us to Steins Gate. To get there, I would have to go into the past and start over. It would be fine. I was capable of starting over as many times as I needed to now. I could overcome anything. Until I reached the promised door. I already had the messages I was going to send. Sending that message must have been why I'd come to this world line in the first place. Of course, I didn't know that what I'd think or what I'd do when I received it. But I knew I would be successful. I would lead us to another future. And to another past.
係さん
Kagari, are you
不安
nervous?
ですかだって
If the past changes and the world's at peace, maybe I'll never see
平
mommy.
和な時代が来た
かがりちゃん
Kagari,
心配ない
Don't worry.
アトラクタフィールド
Attractor field theory says that what's supposed to happen will happen.
世界線が
Even if the world
変わろうと
line changes, you'll see my area again.
本
really?
ああ
Yeah,
俺が保
I
証する
guarantee it.
Mommy!
よかったね
Isn't that nice, Kagari? Okarine guarantees it, so I'm sure it's true. I'll see you in the future, okay? Yeah,
おじさん
thanks, Uncle.
礼を言われること
There's
じゃな
no
い
need to thank me. I sowed the seeds of all this
俺がま
anyway,
いた種だ
and this was where things got really hard.
うん
No,
それでも
let
言
me
わせ
say
て
it anyway. Thank you.
ありがとう
そのセリフ
Say it too. Please say it to your daddy.
父さんも
Thanks,
あり
Dad.
がとう
More! Look at me with dewy eyes and say it again, my daughter. Punch him in the gut. When the past changed, everything I'd done in the past year would be undone. All the futures I'd experienced and all the time it took me to come back would go away too. But they wouldn't go to waste. I was here now, and in the past, I was just about to begin my work. And then the future lay beyond. When all those lies came together, the door to the future will be waiting. Steins Gate would be waiting.
では行くぞ
It is time! In the name of Kyoma Hewing, I now initiate Operation Helheim! Lab members, are you ready?
ラボメン全員
To find the way there, I would change the past again.
オキドキ
Yes! Okie dokie indeed. Kurisu, so that someday we can be together once more. Deceive the world. Connect the possibilities. The world can be tricked. Holy crap, once again I got mute. Woo. So that is now the Kurisu ending, I believe. So now we have achieved 5 of the endings, and we've also achieved we've also achieved the promised Rinascimento ending. As a result, we now can obtain the true ending. So, yeah. Yeah. That means that next time we probably will try and beat the game. Now, I will say this, I'm going to have college classes starting up soon, so streams are going to start becoming a lot more infrequent. I'll have you. That being said, keep an eye on the YouTube things, because on YouTube side things, because while streaming is going to be difficult with college, I can still do recordings relatively easily at the moment, and I have a lot backed up. Like, and when I say a lot, I mean I have episodes for Tales of Arise backed up until the end of the month. So yeah, well, at the very least, we go okay till then. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that if streams become very infrequent in the coming days and just going forward, that's why college is getting in the way. But I'll still try and do it when I can. That ending definitely felt the most like a good ending, I will say, so far. Like this one, and it's not even technically the end, because again, that ending, now that we've unlocked that ending, we can get the true ending now, the final ending. And again, we'll try and beat it next time, hopefully. I don't know if that's going to actually happen, but we'll certainly try. Okay. It's probably going to end up being similar to when I beat the game of when I beat the first game, and then I thought like, oh hey, it'll be a short episode with the finale. It ends up being like 6 hours or something. I put this back up. But yeah, another ending down. D. Rhine was sent. Promise Rena Cemento completed. So yeah, let's look at how it looks in the menu. I was right. The Promise Rena Cemento ending would be on the left side. I remember I said it would. So yeah, one final ending remains for us to watch. The true ending. And we will obtain that, hopefully, next time. So, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you all later. Peace.